आया टिका खड़ा जमा, हिला सकता नहीं है कोई। हम हराम करके नींदे इनकी मनमानी से सोए। अरमाने लेनी और जमीन ना की अरमानी है बोई। और जैसे हम करते बाबे ऐसा यहाँ करता नहीं है कोई। क्योंकि शो के स्टॉप पर ठहरा दे दिक्कत ताके तो कहना बेचादर और टांगे फैलाते। और मजनू अपनी लैला के मैं हूँ डिमांड में आजकल जैसे सर पे सह रहा है। और जब भी देते हैं तो खाओ काफी गहरा दे, you know it। तेरा Panther ZXC, you know what it is। कमरे में घुसता जैसे हाथी, टेबल बैठा तो फिर गांधी करते मोटा। 4 शो का होते दंगे चलती लाठी।
हेलो एंड वेलकम एवरीवन, कैसे हो भाई? पिक का बताएंगे, रुको उससे बात करना होगा। एक अकेले मजा नहीं आएगा ना, उसमें थोड़ा बंदे चाहिए होंगे। हेलो नियॉन, कैसे हो? ये हंस क्यों रहा है भाई? हंसो मत यार। वेलकम वेलकम, कैसे हो? गुड इवनिंग गुड इवनिंग गुड इवनिंग। एक सेकंड, क्या भाई भी कर लिया? अब तुमको बाई कर तो पीक कैसे? उसमें देखना बोरिंग लगने लग जाता अगर नहीं होता तो। भाई यूट्यूब वाई ऑलवेज 3 ऐड ऑन द नॉन स्किल इवेंट। ये चैनल पे रेवेन्यू नहीं है ना, तब थोड़ा सा ये है, समझ रहा ना। खेल लेंगे यार, बाय करके रखो यार, क्या दिक्कत? गेम तुम्हारे कलेक्शन में रहेगा। और बताओ नूब, हम मेरे को जॉब कब दे रहा तू? यूज करता हूँ, अभी भी चलता है वो। यूट्यूब कुछ एक्शन नहीं लेता उसके ऊपर। चेन टुगेदर खेलो है, कितना कंप्लीट कर दिया वो? क्या खेलेंगे यार, कितना सारा गेम ना। मैं जेन्युइन ही यूज करूंगा। यस, तुम डीएम ही नहीं देखा? तुम कुछ बोला ही कहा भाई? उसका हम बोले कि करेंगे, तुम कुछ बोला ही नहीं। फिर किया था क्या डीएम? हम चेक नहीं किया। अरे डीएम ना हम देखते नहीं एक्चुअली, बहुत सारा आते रहता है। फिर किया था क्या? कहाँ चल गया मैसेज? अरे हेलो सुध भाई, सुध भाई। अरे अरे सॉरी सॉरी, मिस कर दिया मैं। अरे मेरे को एक्चुअली डीएम देखते नहीं है ना, मेरे को ना ऐसे टैग कर दिया करना ये चैनल में, सर्वर में, वही ध्यान देते हैं। हाँ सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी, माय बैड। हे गाइस, टुडे माय बर्थडे, मेनी मेनी हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे उमद। कितना अभी तक तो 60 साल का तो हो ही गए होंगे। डेली तो 2 दिन बाद बर्थडे होता है। माइनक्राफ्ट खेलो यार, रुको यार, आज ही तो चालू किए, खेलेंगे तो। मेरे को थोड़ा सा ये कर ले, सब्सक्राइब लाइक करने बोलने वाला सेगमेंट भी स्किप ऑटोमेटिकली। ये भी ठीक है। आजा भाई, जॉब में अपने की तुमने आना पड़ेगा। नहीं भाई, मेरा वर्क फ्रॉम होम कर दो भाई, ऐसे हम कहाँ आएगा। मुझे वेयर विन मिट्स में परचेज करना था। हो गया ना तेरा परचेज? कि अभी भी करना है तो बोल देना। हम तो बोले तो वेबसाइट से कर लो, क्या दिक्कत है? उस वेयर विन मिट्स का चक्कर में हम विदरिंग वेव्स डाउनलोड कर लिए भाई, 100 GB का। गड़बड़। वही था, सोचो तुम भी आजकल स्टेटस देखने लग गए या पहले भी मेरा देखते थे? ना 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 ना, हम थोड़ा सा हम बोले ना तो कुछ टाइम मोबाइल वोबाइल सबसे एकदम दूर थे, याद है? भूल गया? अब थोड़ा ठीक है, हाँ करना है, ठीक है, हम तब कर देंगे। तो अभी तो नहीं मतलब। कल एक तो क्वेस्ट में किया था कंप्लीट, बहुत पीछे है रे बाबा, क्या क्या आके चल गया पता भी नहीं भाई, सब भूल गया। नहीं हो रहा, मोबाइल में नहीं हो रहा, पीसी में हो जाएगा, क्योंकि पीसी में तो इंडिया में ऑफिशियली अवेलेबल है ना, डाउनलोड करना पड़ेगा। हाँ मैं कर दूंगा डाउनलोड, फिर तब क्या कहते, थोड़ा टाइम देना मेरे को, जल्दी नहीं है ना, उसको मैं धीरे धीरे डाउनलोड कर लूंगा। स्पेस का इतना सारा बड़े बड़े साइज का गेम है ना, स्पेस का थोड़ा सा इधर उधर हो जाता, कर लो। मेरे को पता नहीं गेंसन कब आएगा, बस मैं देख रहा हूँ जितना पास पहुंच पाऊँ, बहुत पीछे हो गया हूँ। ठीक है मैं कर लूंगा, ठीक है थोड़ा सा टाइम देना, जल्दी नहीं, ठीक है मैं कर दूंगा, तब तो मैं स्टीम से कर दूंगा, उसमें तो पेटीएम भी यूज हो जाएगा। मैंने ही बोला था ना फोर्टनाइट करेंसी, फिर तो तुम बोला ना मेरा हो गया जुगाड़, उसका भी नहीं हुआ। वो पहले को बोला तो था, हम उल्टा गेम डाउनलोड कर दिया, हम डब्ल्यू देखे उस टाइम वीडियो में काम कर रहा था, एडिट कर रहा था, हमको लगा विदरिंग वेव्स का ही बात कर रहा होगा, तो वो खेलता है। और हम विदरिंग वेव्स 105 जीबी का डाउनलोड कर लिए, उसके बाद देख रहे वेयर विन मिट्स हुआ है। ठीक है कर दूंगा। नहीं हमारा कास्ट में बर्थडे ऐसे ही आता है, यू आर रेसिस्ट हर एक 2 दिन में आता है। ये तो पहले बार देखा, कौन सा कास्ट है भाई वैसे। ठीक है हम नहीं बोलेंगे, माफ कर दो। फोर्टनाइट का क्रू पैक मिल गया एक्सबॉक्स पे गेम पास। फोर्टनाइट तुम खेलता है? फोर्टनाइट बड़े बड़े लोग फोर्टनाइट। पिंग अच्छा हो गया मेरा, नहीं पता जियो का, इसमें हमेशा लाल हुआ करता था, लगता है इतना दिन ऑफलाइन रखे थे, बोल के पिंग अच्छा कर दिया। अब तुम लोग को दिख नहीं रहा होगा मेरा फेस कैम, येलो हो गया 145। खेलता हूँ मैं बैटल पास में, तुमको तो टाइम ही नहीं मिलता, कहाँ खेल लेता वैलोरेंट। एजे तो भाई रात भर, हम कल गेंशन खेल रहे, देख रहे वैलो खेल रहा बंदा, को कितना खेलता है भाई। हम गेम जब स्टार्ट किए तब भी वैलो खेल रहा था, गेम हम बंद किए फिर भी वैलो खेल रहा भाई। दिक्कत ये कि टाइम मैनेज नहीं कर पाता सही, और मेरा भी वही टाइम मैनेजर में बहुत दिक्कत है, इसी चलते तो मैं लाइव फिर चालू किया। वीडियो रिकॉर्ड एडिट करने में बहुत टाइम लग रहा था, मैं सोचा कि छोड़ो लाइव ही करते अभी बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, चैनल समझ हमारे नहीं पा, समझ रहे ये क्या चालू हो गया भाई। मेरे कभी क्वेश्चन नहीं करना था, फिर कर लेता। 365 यार, तुम इसके साथ खेल लिया करो ना, वो भी दिन भर खेलता है, हर्ष के साथ खेल लिया करो अगर है तो फ्रेंड में भाई, वो भी दिन भर खेलते रहता है। उसका हम बोलते हैं कि भाई तुम खेल रहा लाइव किया करो, 2 दिन करता है, तीसरा दिन नहीं करता है, क्या अलग ही है। इतना अच्छा पीसी रखा है, बेचारा परफेक्शन के पीछे फंस गया है। ये क्या कर रहा है? मेरे को भी ये सब क्वेश्चन 85 आ रहा गया था, 20 सेकेंड का आ रहा क्या अपडेट? 20 सेकेंड का। हाँ अच्छा देख लेंगे, हम अभी देखे ही नहीं है कुछ गेम, कैसा गेम है वो यार। 2 दिन वेट करने बोला, वेट कर दिया आफ्टर। रैंक रीसेट हुआ था इस वीक। अच्छा प्रॉब्लम क्या हुआ तेरा? तेरा तो पिंग का इशू नहीं है कि लैग का, आगे ऊपर के नहीं जा पा रहा है। आयरन सिल्वर तक तो जा ही सकता है, मस्त गेम है, देखना होगा। न्यू यूआई दिया है क्या? वो वाइपर वाला का क्या क्या चेम्बर के क्या था भाई, वो खतरनाक वाला थंबनेल हम देखे ट्रेलर वेलर का, क्या चल रहा है वैलोरेंट में भी? अभी पबजी जैसा उतर गया क्या अभी? बिल्ड फैक्ट्री बिल्ड करना पड़ता, सिम्युलेटर जैसा है क्या? मुझे आर्क राइडर खेलना है पर बहुत महंगा है, हम भी देखे थे, सब खेल रहा था ना। आर्क राइडर में 2 घंटे के लिए खेल सकता हूँ पास से, तो जो मिलता है ना ट्रिप।
It's been a few days since we said bye to the others in Nasha Town. Still no news about Rarer though. Where could he have slunk off to? If only he was gone for good. But with all the trouble he stirred up before,
स्टोरी
there's
टाइप
no
ऑफ,
way
ठीक है
we've seen the
देखते हैं।
last
टीम
of him.
में घटिया है उल्टा घर लेके।
Hello, you must be the traveler in Paimon?
मैं बोल रहा था कि तुम जब टीम का प्रॉब्लम हो रहा था, तुम एक काम कर सकता है, तुम जब खेलता है इस स्क्वाड में, मतलब पूरा 5 बंदे का, उसमें से 1-2 बंदा जो अच्छा खेलता है, जो टॉक्सिक नहीं है, उसको फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट भेज के ट्राई करो ना, हो सकेगा टीम फॉर्म करो, फैक्टर विल पुल करो, वैसे ना। ओके, उस तरह का ओपन वर्ल्ड टाइप का गेम। अटैकिंग में बोल रहा था क्या?
Mr. Flint has been looking for you. Unfortunately, there's been a serious wild hunt attack over at the quarry. He thinks it's time to regroup and figure out a plan.
The wild hunt? Oh, uh-oh. We better get over there right away. Come on, let's go.
फिर से स्टार्ट हो गया। गुड मॉर्निंग स्प्रे, कैसे हो? गुड इवनिंग स्प्रे, कैसे हो? अभी तो ओनली जेनलेस जो। तुमको वो गेम अच्छा लगता है ना? क्या क्या गेम अभी एक्टिवली खेल रहा है? मतलब खेल तो हो सकता है, क्या क्या अभी खेल रहा है एक्टिवली? डेली खोलता है, अगर डेली नहीं खोलता तो अल्टरनेट डेज।
From the informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
बहुत मैनेज कैसे करता है? टर्फ क्या बोल रहा हूँ?
I can barely sense
Yeah,
any
but we don't
Kuvaki
use-
at all. This whole area feels like a soulless husk.
बाप रे, सब में डिलीट करता है। हाँ, अरे भाई,
Looks like his
Sab
appetite
bola mara
truly
kya?
is insatiable. As if the power of that energy cannon wasn't enough.
He's not seriously still getting stronger. What's his endgame here? Ah, everyone's here already. Hey, we made it.
We've all been on high alert since we split up a few days back, expecting Rarir to strike again. But it's like he just vanished into thin air. No one has seen him nor found any trace of his presence. That is, until this morning, when a ratnik found signs of wild hunt activity while out here on
अच्छा तुम
patrol.
डेट जैसा करता है ना,
As you can
डेली
see,
खेलना
the
मुझे।
crystalite itself is physically intact, but the Kuvaki it contained is
हाँ,
all
वॉल
but
में अटैक किया
completely
था, 500
diminished.
पे बुक किया था,
And we're sure
पूरा
that
फ्रस्ट्रेशन
Rarir
निकाल
did
दिया
this.
वॉल पे,
Who
धागा
else?
खोल दिया।
He's the only one who could pull off a stunt like this.
Kuvaki loss has reached critical levels. Reikir of Solnari set to maximum threat level. Warning, unless de-escalation measures are taken soon, he will pose a threat beyond our ability to contain. The consequences could be catastrophic.
Traveler, do you remember when we encountered Rarir just after regaining his body? There wasn't a shred of sanity left. Nothing but madness and rage.
Yeah, didn't he shout out a bunch of names? Then he started raving about how nothing in this world mattered to him. Oh, Paimon gets chills just thinking about it. Oh, but the thought that he's still out there, lurking somewhere and not cry, waiting for his chance to strike? Oh, even chillier.
Last time we fought, we were already at a disadvantage. If he has such overwhelming strength, why would he suddenly go into hiding?
हाँ, लाइफ का
Yeah,
फ्रस्ट्रेशन
if I were
वॉल पे
him and
ही
I
निकाल।
wanted more Kuvaki,
Kuvaki.
I'd just take it by force. No
नहीं,
point
नहीं।
staying in the
इंसान
shadows.
पे मत निकालना,
Unless something went
शेयर कर
wrong.
सकते हो,
His whole resurrection thing didn't exactly go smoothly.
The other thing is, how does someone who's completely lost their mind still have the wherewithal to cover their tracks so perfectly?
Beats me.
According to certain medical studies, insanity does not always entail a complete loss of rationality. It may be that he is simply living in a world of his
ओ
own.
स्पाइडरमैन का कौन पहला वाला पार्ट
Actually,
अच्छा है
sounds
story.
about right. He was ranting away to
कुछ
himself the
डिलीट
whole
करना पड़ेगा
time.
तेरे को
Like he had zero interest in talking to us.
There are many unanswered questions here. He could be right under our noses, and we'd still be in the dark. Besides his name and title, we know little about him. Certainly nothing about his past, or what he might be hoping to achieve.
Exactly. And we wouldn't even know where to begin looking. Even Boss hadn't heard of the Rahir of Solnari before all this. I'd be willing to bet that even if we gathered together every scrap of intel in Nodcry, we still wouldn't find more than, like, 3 useful facts about him.
So, if we do nothing, he'll just
हाँ
keep
वैसे
getting
पीसी पे
stronger.
फिट का
If we want to investigate him,
खेलो
we have no idea where to look. Last time we
हाँ
had
शेयर तो
Marion and
करते
her
ही
big robo buddy to
रात
help
में
us.
दोनों दुओ
And we
खेलते
still
डेल्टा
barely held our
तुम्हारा
ground.
समझ आ रहा है वो डेल्टा
We
फोर्स
had to
खेलती
face
है
him
बहुत
alone.
हार्डकोर गेम है वो जैसे इसमें तो
Paimon's
एकदम
head
ट्रू
hurts just thinking about it.
बैटल
What are we supposed to do against a threat this big?
मानना पड़ेगा
Well, I do have a little hunch about his next move. Given that he attacked the quarry, I'd say it's likely he'll target other places rich in Kuvaki. Somewhere like the Eye of Krati, or the Pillar of Embla. One thing's for sure. If we just sit back and let him keep absorbing Kuvaki, we really won't stand a chance against him.
A perfectly reasonable hypothesis. However,
Hello,
it is
Royal
worth
King
noting
कैसे
that these
भूख
two
रही है?
locations
हाँ,
are
सीख
quite
गई
far
अभी।
apart.
तब तो
To
सही है
investigate them
परफेक्ट
both,
डुओ कोई
we'll need
टेंशन
to
नहीं
split up.
बाहर का एकदम
I
कोऑर्डिनेशन
agree, we
परफेक्ट
should split up. Right now, Rarir's goal seems to be gathering Kuvaki, not fighting us directly. Once we're done, let's regroup on Hisi Island.
Wait, why Hisi Island?
If I recall correctly, your largest goddess statue was carved from Kuvaki rich ore, was it not?
That's right. Yes, it could well be a potential target of his. I should head back and start evacuating the pilgrims.
Splitting up's always gonna be risky. But I guess we don't have much choice, right? We're in a race against time here.
ओके मेरा तो हाथ सेट हो गया डेल्टा फोर्स और फोन है पीएस में दोनों पीएस पे तो थोड़ा दिक्कत नहीं होता ओके सो मेरे को एक दोस्त का भाई जहाँ से स्किल मैटर करता है आज का टाइम पे डिग्री ठीक है तुम्हारा एक लेवल तक पहुंचा देगा बट स्किल मैटर करता है अगर तुम अच्छा खासा स्किल विदाउट डिग्री भी कर सकते हो तो गो फॉर इट कोई अच्छा है बट उसको कभी फील होने मत देना नो समझे मार्केट डाउन है नो अब के टाइम में डिग्री का फायदा नहीं एग्जैक्टली वही चीज़ बोल बहुत कंपटीशन है वो तो तुम्हारा स्किल ही मैटर करता है क्योंकि कंपनी के पास देखो एक बहुत बड़ा हथियार आ चुका है एआई तो जो चीज़ बीट कर सकता वो है स्किल समझे
And if we do run into Rear, what then?
That's when you follow the
वही तो
third rule of
2021 का
treasure
टाइम
hunting.
मुझे इतना डाउन
Run like the wind.
Didn't you say the third rule was
ले लो कभी
go with the
एहसास मत
flow?
दिलाना बस डिग्री तो मेरा पे
I
भी
don't know.
है
Did I? Anyway, whatever. In this situation, go with the
क्या हो गया,
flow
रॉयल?
means go find backup.
Agreed. If anyone finds so much as a trace of Rarir, do not pursue him. Get out of the area and alert the rest of us as soon as possible. We need to put safety first.
All right, we'd better get moving. Come on, Anetha, let's go.
अपना फर्स्ट लव की कहानी सुनो। मेरा कोई फर्स्ट लव नहीं होता। तुम सुना, इंस्पायर होंगे हम लोग सब। मुझे और ज़्यादा पुलिस को पता है स्किल बढ़ाओ, ये बहुत कम है।
Staring into my
अरे ये सब तो खोले ही नहीं रहा बाबा, खोलेंगे क्या? तो खोलना पड़ेगा। दिल्ली में ये तो चांसेस हाई रहता, हाँ श्योर तो कुछ भी चीज का नहीं है। और ये भी श्योर नहीं कि मिलने के बाद कितना दिन तुम सस्टेन कर पाए। अभी तक स्टार्ट भी नहीं हुआ, वेट प्लेसमेंट करना है। ये कहानी तब की है जब मेरा किंडरगार्टन होते। अबे तुम किंडरगार्टन में भी रोमांस कर रहा था। कोई एक्चुअल जहाँ दिमाग काम करता एक्चुअल उधर से बोलो। वही है, इफ यू डोंट इवन हैव अ स्किल यू कैन स्टिल।
Any leads?
Nope. Diddly squat. No clues to where he might be hiding. It's like he's a ghost. It feels like we're sitting on a powder keg that could go off at any second. Oh, I hate this feeling. I'd rather face him head on than be left hanging like this.
So, you guys didn't find anything either?
उन दिन मेरा थोड़ा बाथरूम इशू था। और सब मेरा मजाक कर। ओके ओके ठीक है। ये कौन सा साल का बात है मुझे तो पता नहीं है। फ्यूज देखते हैं।
Not loving the word either. How about you, Flints?
I questioned a few Ratniki and eventually narrowed my investigation down to one
इतना
suspicious
सोच भी पा रहा था
individual.
तो किंडरगार्टन में।
But by the time I got to his place, he was already gone. Almost as if he knew someone was on to him. Either that or he's just extremely cautious and doesn't stay in one place for long.
He's been biding his time for a while
when
now.
you
The question is,
bro when you
where
where win meets
or
मतलब कब मैं
what
win
is his next
where win meets
target?
खेलूंगा। कुछ टाइम बाद खेलूंगा अभी।
No
ये अभी
idea.
थोड़ा सा कवर कर लेते हैं
Since
और उसके बाद
regaining
और
his
एक दो
body, he
चीज
seems to
कंप्लीट,
have lost
एक
all
दो
interest
कंसोल का
in the
गेम खेलेंगे,
fragment in my possession.
एक दो गेम खत्म करेंगे।
If he did still want it, he's had plenty of chances to take it.
All we can do
Spider-Man तो
now is
complete
hope
कर
that
लेंगे।
I know and Anefa turn up some leads. Darn it, Rarir. If you've got the guts, come face me one-on-one! Wait, he's actually here? I didn't mean it, I swear!
no, it's coming from Silver Moon Hall. The Lady Kutar might be in danger.
Let's get over there, quick!
ओ उसके साथ फाइट हो रहा है। ओ भाई ऐसे क्या बचाया है। एक दिन फोटो ठीक है मैं बताऊंगा। ठीक है मैं तुमको जो खेलूंगा पर्सनल वो मैसेज पहले।
No time for questions. Stop him!
ये क्या हम ये वाले का आता
Yehuda, get Kutar out of here!
On it.
मैं सोचा देख लो जो अच्छा लगे मुझे उसका नाम था कुछ नहीं
Look where your
सी
feeble
वजह
light is
सही में
telling you.
रुको मुझे रोने लग रहा था
You shall plunge into
उसका एक मैं
darkness. Felindus,
जब
soon I will find a way.
Watch out!
ओ इसका वो यूजर है अरे कैरेक्टर है एनिमो है अच्छा अच्छा लूमिन का ड्रेस और सारा का हम देखे वो भी आ गई इनफा हो गया टेलीपोर्ट हो गया आके भी चली गई एक्टर आके भी चली गई
Find them.
मैं खेला नहीं था ना इतना
Even if
डाउनलोड
it
नहीं कर
means
सकता बट क्लाउड
turning
में
this place to ashes.
उसका पीछे पड़ गया कॉलम मिला वैसे अगर मैं कहूँ कि किंडरगार्टन
That was too close.
वैसे मैं अगर कहूँ तो कि ये किंडरगार्टन की नहीं क्यों ब्लॉक करूँगा किसी के साथ भी हो सकता है यार बट तुम्हारा आधा मैसेज शायद आया नहीं है क्योंकि देखो लास्ट मैसेज जो आया ना मुझे रोना आ रहा था लग रहा था मेरा जिंदगी खत्म और उसके बाद जो मैसेज आया है मेरा सबसे ज़्यादा तरस भी नहीं ये नहीं मुझे उसका नाम धाम कुछ नहीं पता सी इज माई फर्स्ट लव तो बीच में कोई होगा ना जिससे तुमको हुआ वो नहीं आया मैसेज मेरे पास बैन कर दो मैसेज
We barely made it out of
नहीं
there
वर्जन में तो
alive.
डॉक्टर
What's
हम
that
देखे
guy's
थोड़ा सा
deal?
ट्रेलर अभी
How
आइडिया
did
नहीं
he
पड़
get
रहा था ना
so
क्या क्या चल
crazy
रहा
strong?
He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by conventional standards.
I have a question. When me and Anetha showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted her dead. What was that all about? We weren't there for the whole thing either. They were already duking it out by the time we arrived.
Yeah, we didn't see how it all started. It all escalated so quickly, we had no choice but to step in.
Kutar, can you shed any light on the situation?
Kutar. Cross-checking database. I see. So you're the one that the Frost Moon Scions refer to as the Moon Goddess?
Wait, she's the moon goddess? Oh, no wonder she looks just like all those statues.
There are many reasons why people might worship the moon, and just as many why they might despise it. I've never met that person before, but there was no mistaking his deep-seated hostility towards me. Why he holds me in such contempt, I cannot say.
अरे भाई माइक बंद करके रखा मैं
But
बोल
since he
रहा
owns
हाँ
the
म्यूट
power
हो
of
गया
the
ओके
moon,
मैं
it's
बोल
no
रहा
surprise
ग्लेशियर में
that
थोड़ा
I am
कम
a
चांसेस है मैं
target.
बके हुए फालतू गुड इवनिंग मैं बोल रहा हूँ स्पार्टी
There are many potential motives.
फोर वाला जो
For
चीज है
instance,
वो
you
कुछ
help
भी
the
कर सकता है
traveler
विजय वाला
escape his
उसमें
grasp.
दिखाया रिटर्न रिवॉर्ड
This could be his way of taking
अरे यार
revenge.
म्यूट कर दिया
It
था
is also possible that he covets the Kuvaki
कट
inside
सीन
you
हो रहा था ना इसलिए
and
म्यूट
seeks to
कर
take
दिया
it for his own. The list goes on.
अब मैं बोल रहा हूँ
But right now, devising a counter strategy should be our #1 priority. The likelihood of this location being discovered is close to 100%.
A counter strategy? But we don't stand a chance against an enemy like this. Surely our only option is to run. He's not gonna chase us to the end of the world, right? So as long as we
भाई
can
मेरा
sneak out of
कैसा
Nod Cry
थोड़ी
undetected. No, I can't say that.
चांसेस कम है
Come on,
उसमें
Yehoda.
अभी तो कम है
This is
बाद में आ गया
serious
तो
stuff.
विंटर के
I
अभी तो
can't suggest we all just chicken out.
Running is our only option.
Huh?
You seem surprised, but what other choice do we have? We are facing
मेरा
an enemy we
मैसेज
cannot possibly
पढ़े
defeat
थे
in battle.
उसमें मैं बोला भी
Well, I mean, yeah, but
हम बोले ये
still.
जो बीकॉम वाला है तो कोई
It's not
दिक्कत
too
नहीं है भाई
late.
हो सकता है किसी के
I
साथ
can distract him,
हम्म
so you have plenty of time to make
Yeah.
your escape.
Wait,
सेल्फ
what?
डाउट होता है उससे
You're
उसको
gonna
बहुत ज्यादा
anticipate?
इसलिए होता कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी
Doesn't that make sense? I'm the one he's after. There's no
भाई
need for
कितना
you to
कुछ
risk your
खेले
necks on my behalf. A coyote doesn't stop for bypassers while it's howling at the moon.
दिखा दिया भाई सही है
What is it, Loma? The Frost Moon Scions have already grown accustomed to life without their goddess. My presence here is no longer essential, and this is not my home, so you needn't ask me to stay.
We can't just roll over and let him get away with this. That's not our style.
Yeah, we can't just call it quits after everything we've been through together. Besides, she pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive myself.
We can't overlook that you have saved our lives multiple times now. To talk of returning the favor would be a little crass for my liking. But suffice to say that we are
सब
friends.
खरीद के करता है तेरा
And
कॉलम
friends
बिना
look out
कंफर्म
for
है
one
क्या?
another.
मेरा
Rivera's true objective remains unclear.
मेरा होगा क्योंकि इसके पहले
Even
डी
if we
लुक
were to
मिला था ना
sacrifice Miss Kutar,
मगर मेरे पास
there's
फूल
no
कितना वो
guarantee he
देखना
would
पड़ेगा
stop.
बट मेरे पास नॉट क्रैक का कोई भी कैरेक्टर नहीं है काम करेगा
खुदा।
विदाउट एनी कैरेक्टर
I know why you left the Frost Moon Scions so long ago. It was because people started treating prayer as a form of trade. They would make self-centered wishes, force you to accept meaningless offerings in return, and then expect you to perform miracles for them, as if that were their entitlement. If it were me, I might have walked away too.
और का यूआई चेंज कर दिया
But I
पढ़
believe
रहा हूँ
that
तो न्यू
time
एम्प्लॉयर का
can change everything.
निकल
And
रहा
that
है
sometimes
तभी
it
लग
takes
रहा है
losing something
हो गई है
precious to
चल अच्छा
appreciate
तुम
its true worth.
देख लिया ना
After much reflection,
इन्फिनिटी
I've realized that this was never about whether the Frost Moon Scions need you. Any relationship based on need is purely transactional. What I truly hope is that you'll choose to stay, not out of obligation, but as part of our family. You were born
अच्छा फिर
here,
तो सही है
and now you've returned.
कैप्चरिंग ऑडियंस
Who knows? Perhaps it was the moonlight that
मेरे पास
guided
तो
you
कोई है
home.
नहीं
Thank you, Lauma. But my power is on the wane. I'm afraid I will be of little use to you now.
मेरे को कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा नियॉन क्या बोल रहा है ये क्या कुछ नया पावर है क्या
Very well then. I'll do as you say.
Both times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant. Is that one of your powers as the moon goddess?
It is, but I find it very draining. I barely managed to pull it off just now, and it will be some time before I'm strong enough to do so again. Rejected by the world, my power is dwindling. Like a lake, cut off from its source, slowly shrinking away. Now,
ओ तब ठीक है, तब वही निकालेंगे मैं भी, क्योंकि मेरे का समय बहुत दिन हो गया ना,
Rejected by the world.
हम तब यही निकालेंगे पहला
the three
करेक्टर।
moons belonged to the ancient bygone era in which they came into being. From the moment I was born,
ये
the
क्या
world
कर रहे हो?
itself has been steadily
पाइथन आया ने
sucking
बाइक
away
घुमा
at
रहा
my
क्या अभी?
strength. The three moons are not one and the same.
स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ।
As the goddess of the frost moon, I cannot wield the powers of the other two. Yet moonlight has a way of blending together. Each can reflect the other's glow. So when our fingers touched, I was able to restore my strength by drawing Kuvaki from the eternal moon's marrow. But this method of recovery is painfully slow. If only we could find the...
It's the Wild Hunt!
Ah, even faster than we expected. We'll have to finish this conversation later.
See how those wild hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just a scouting party, which means Rerir won't be far behind.
वो कॉलम मेरे का बात कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ। इसका टाइम क्या है? आने में टाइम, वो आने में टाइम है। 21 अब।
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get the heck out of here!
Beware the creatures of the night.
Oh, just keep coming! This is driving me nuts!
Rerir's closing in on us. We need to pick
मेरे कुछ पता नहीं कौन सा क्या कैरेक्टर है। चलो।
There's too many of them! And this time, we can't go back on Picard.
सब नॉट करेगा कैरेक्टर है, पहले बार यूज कर रहे
Goes
हैं।
on much longer.
Preparing for dubstep. Defensive mode engaged.
वो भी रह कि नहीं थे?
With one heart, we pray.
लॉन्ग टाइम नो। हेलो एसपी, कैसे कर रहे हो? बताओ।
Be silent. Observe. To dust. Close your eyes. Night falls.
Annihilation mode. Cleanup sequence initiated.
The long sleep beckons. Be silent.
By the frost moon hold. Boys, protect us.
Being done weatherbound! You're fine!
Preparing for dubstep.
मार्गी रह कि नहीं करते?
Beware the creatures of the night. Observe. Be silent.
With one heart, we pray. Lead us pray.
Rush attack! Ready?
Annihilation mode. Defensive mode engaged.
हाय सुब, गुड इवनिंग संतोष, कैसे हो? बस हॉलीडे पे दोस्तों के साथ घूम रहा हूँ। क्या होगा? ये कौन आ रहा है? ओ क्या नाम? भारत का ना, क्या नाम है इसका नाम? जितना याद है थोड़ा बहुत। पढ़ रहा।
What's the matter? Bit off more than you could chew?
Who are you?
वर्क का।
Uncle Varka! You're back from Amsvartnir?
Oh, you're Varka?
ग्रैंड मास्टर है हम।
Knights of Bavonia?
मास्टर कहाँ
We
से
can
कहाँ?
save the intros for
इसका
later.
बात
Right now, let's get you all out of this hellhole. Follow me. I know somewhere you'll be safe.
Oh, is that where I think it is?
That's the one. Come on, move! There's no time to waste.
क्या वो कोलंबिना का तो है दोस्तों के साथ घूम रहा है। ओ कौन दोस्त
Wow!
अलग दोस्त
are
है
we?
चैट में। तुम्हारा चैट कहाँ है? एक बार लिखो फिर से।
Well, that
फिर
goes
से लिख
without
दो, हम
saying.
देख ले रहे हैं।
This
इनको देख
AKA
लेते हैं।
the black market of
सुबह एम्पर
intel.
का
No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their headquarters are in Nodcry, but they've got contacts in every nation. As an expeditionary force on
हो
foreign
सकता है कि बीजावा में
soil,
अलग
working with
अलग
them has
होगा।
offered us the most
उसमें अलग होगा।
effective
ऐसे
way
भी हो
of getting
सकता
our
है।
hands on reliable
देखना
Anyway,
पड़ेगा।
where were we? Folks from Nodcry should be pretty familiar with me by now. But I believe this is the first time we've met. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
आया भी तो क्या है यार?
We've heard all
नहीं देखे,
about
लाइव
you.
चालू कर दिया तो
This
उसके बाद आया।
means
मैं
a
देख
long
लूंगा, वैसे भी तो
time
कल ही
coming.
डालूंगा वीडियो। सुनने में आया कि वो
We
बता रहा था
welcome
वो
you
स्पार्टी के ऊपर
unexpected, but
क्या क्या आया है
definitely had that
और क्या
grand
आया होगा, तो
mastermind
स्किन्स को छोड़कर कुछ और बताया। मैंने सुना था कि
Well, I'm no spring
तुम
chicken.
जा रहे क्या
Just
रसिया?
not showing my age yet. Definitely feeling some of that back pain today, though.
चैट में पहला
Rushed
मैसेज
back
है
from
तेरा, कैसे होता
Amsfart
रहा
here
बता।
without a wink of sleep,
थॉमस
only to get
सेल्वी
right into
आया
another
क्या
fight with
बीजावा
that
में?
freshly
आएगा अपडेट
revived
के बाद।
maniac.
वेलकम तरनजीत,
Another?
वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। सुनने में
You
आया
mean you
विजय
fought him
वाला सब
before?
रिवील कर दिया।
Yep.
And a
He
patch
wasn't nearly
में।
as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. I brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise, but he saw us coming from a mile off.
ओला ना तुम वीडियो डाउनलोड करके रख ले, डाउनलोड करके रख ले। मान लो अगर हटा उठा दिया तो ऑफिसर वाला, और अच्छा क्वालिटी में रख। अभी मैं देखा नहीं हूँ, ये बोल रहा था ये लोग कि हाँ अच्छा क्वालिटी का मेरे को भेज देना, ठीक है? क्योंकि मान लो डिलीट उलीट कर दिया तो भरोसा नहीं। क्योंकि पबजी रिवील नहीं किया, वो लोग रिवील कर दिया डायरेक्ट। करके रख देना, मेरे को दे देना मत, ठीक है? ओके, कोई चाइना का वीजा फ्री कर दो। अच्छा ऐड बढ़िया था, पर आई डोंट नो मेरा में ऐसा ऐड क्यों है। देख एड्स का उसका आसपास ही दिखा था
My
जो तुम
squad took
देखते
heavy
हो।
injuries, and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our last chance, so we staked everything on it. But still, it wasn't enough to stop him. I tried tracking him down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as cautious as any trained operative. So, I decided to come find you. And as luck would have it,
ऐसे 20
turned up to
देखा
find you
रात
being
में
ambushed by the wild hunt. The rest, you already know.
बाहर के बैठी लगा था।
Is that why he's been frantically absorbing Kuvaki these past few days? Because he sees you as a threat?
Maybe I'm part of the equation, but even if I weren't, I'm sure he'd still be gathering power. He's clearly working up towards something.
Note to self.
China
Uncle
is low.
Varka's strength rating
Yes.
officially
Yes.
upgraded.
Guess it's my turn to ask questions now. So, what exactly has been happening in Nodcry? Why has the wild hunt returned in humanoid form? And why is it after you?
It's a long story, but I'll try to make it quick.
Wow, I had no idea so much had happened. Sounds
I
like you
only
guys
care
have really
about
been through
Chinese. I
it.
don't like other countries.
So, the Kutar is
कोरियन भी
actually
नहीं,
a
सीधा
fatigued
चाइनीज।
harbinger.
ये ठीक
And
है,
all this
पड़ोसी है
wild
ना।
hunt activity in Nodcry is
अलग
the
प्यार
work
है।
of the Raker of
Red Bull
Solnari,
बहुत एनर्जी
one
दिया
of the
है।
5 sinners. That's a lot to take in. Need some time to wrap my head around it all.
I'm truly sorry, Mr. Varka. You stood with us against the wild hunt and did everything you could to stop it from escalating into a full-blown catastrophe. And then, the one time you're away, it all comes to a head and all your hard work gets undone.
You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonchanter. You can plan 100 steps ahead and still slip up. That's just life. No one knows what tomorrow holds. You can't predict which way the wind will blow next. And to be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised.
ये भी ठीक है.
For all the times we've defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, we've never been able to completely wipe it out. Turns out, we were just delaying the inevitable. But now that a new variable has come into play, fate may well take a different course.
A new variable? You mean us?
Who else? And in a strange way, I think his resurgence might not be an entirely bad thing. The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature, but Rerir is an individual with an agenda. He's gotta have a weak spot somewhere. That said, while I was explaining everything just now, some of the points that Mr. Flint's added caught my attention.
You mean about our mystery ally?
That's right. From what you've said, not only did they lead you straight to some key files, they also shielded Hisi Island from a lethal Kuvaki blast. I don't know who or what could pull something like that off. Heck, even Miss Columbina doesn't have a clue.
I hadn't heard the story about those files. Would you mind repeating their titles for me?
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log, a Nodcrian Ratnik's Field Journal, and Kuvaki Survey Log.
Oh. No. Still doesn't ring a bell.
Another dead end. Guess all we can do now is hope that our mystery ally keeps
ये
showing
तो
up when
सही
we
है.
most need them. Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again. From here on out, we'll have to resolve this crisis by ourselves. Your intel also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my team to Amsfarnir was because we'd had reports about a possible source of the Wild Hunt showing up there. But once we looked into it, it turned out to be a red herring. I don't know who was behind it, but clearly, it served its purpose. I doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my
मैं दिल्ली
attention was
घूमने गया
diverted.
तो मुझे
And
कहीं
from everything you told
ऐसे-
me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return. So maybe luring me away was
वो
all
सब
part
ज़्यादा
of his
सोचो मत.
plan.
अपने
But is it
ऊपर
even possible that he orchestrated all of this by himself? The Moon Maiden and the Raker of Solnari. Not cry of all places.
हाँ वो तो है.
The way everything
अभी
is
कभी अभी बना
unfolding,
के भी
it
खिला
can't
दिया.
be a coincidence.
So, what do we do now? Got any ideas?
Right now, we've got at least 3 things to consider. Let's go through them one by one. First, we need to figure out how to take down Rerir. If we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, the rest won't even matter. To my knowledge, the bulk of Nodcri's fighting force is already gathered here. But even with everyone united, we're still no match for Rerir in his current state, let alone with his power still growing.
What if there was a way to tap into a new power of our own?
How so?
Have you thought of something, Columbina?
3 moons once watched over this world. The
इस तरह का
eternal
बात
moon
सुनो
was
वो
the
दिल्ली जाता
largest.
है.
The frost moon was the brightest, and the iridescent moon was the most mysterious. They say that back then, the 3 moon goddesses wielded immense power, enough to shape the workings of the world itself. I now bear the frost moon's power, and the eternal moon's marrow resides within the traveler.
Hold on. Are you suggesting?
The iridescent moon, the last piece in the puzzle.
That's right. If we can find the iridescent moon's marrow, I will be able to regain my strength much more quickly.
The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things. Perhaps they hold further secrets beyond our understanding.
According to my analysis, the solution is feasible. However, it is subject to one major condition. How do we locate the iridescent moon's marrow?
I know a way, but we will need to visit the Fatui's Experimental Design Bureau.
The Experimental Design Bureau? Are you saying we need to involve Marionette?
Yes. I must speak with Sandrone.
It's a long way from here to the Experimental Design Bureau. There's a high chance you'll be spotted. You shouldn't go alone.
Then that's settled. Next up, our second priority.
स्टोरी मस्त होते जा रहा है.
Somehow, we need to figure out Rerir's end goal. As you saw for yourselves, when he was still in his wild hunt form, everything he did was for the sake of recovering his body and resurrecting himself. His first act since then, after laying low for a while, was to try and assassinate this young lady. People's obsessions often reveal their greatest vulnerabilities. There must be a reason why he despises the moon so deeply. Perhaps it sheds some light on his title, the Raker of Solnari. The Wild Hunt has plagued Notcry for centuries now. If we want to stop it for good, we have to get to the root cause of what's driving it.
It's true. We still know very little about him. If Kutar hadn't given us that lead, we wouldn't even know his name.
But where would we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen of Notcry has a clue, and she has info coming out of her ears.
Oh? That's a rather hasty conclusion
Oh,
for
le
someone
farà
who's
che-
so painstakingly meticulous when it comes to dealing with machines.
Ah, she heard me.
Boss! What are you doing here?
I'm now asking myself the same question. I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal. But it looks like this humble knight had something else in mind.
Details, details. Miss Sneffer, the important thing is that you've arrived at the perfect time. Since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rerir. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say that our only chance lies in uniting as one. And I'm talking all the factions in Notcry. We can't do this without the Curatorium, but I knew it'd be a tough job to win you over. So, I took the liberty of reaching out for a little chat.
Wait a sec. How did you even hear about this place, Nefer? Didn't you say this is meant to be the Knights of Favonius' meeting spot? And a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network? And isn't it supposed to be super hidden?
You really think he could have gotten settled in Nodcry without my help? Besides, I'm the one running this gig. Of course I know where the meeting place is.
Allow me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network. If it's intel you're after, she's your woman. Pretty much seen and heard it all.
Please spare me the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. Seems like you've run into some trouble, huh? Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis. On behalf of the Curatorium of Secrets, I wish you all the best of luck.
So you're just going to sit this one out?
Why should
बात तो
I
सही
get
है।
involved? What could
नशा नहीं करेगा तो
possibly
वेदर
gain it
नशा
from me?
करवा देगा तुमको। इतना
What if we
अच्छा
told you
फॉग चलता है।
we can't do this
Really?
without you?
Oh? Then I'd say, you'd better make it worth my while. I don't work for free.
I can't put a price on something like this. It's just not in my nature. But then again, you and I have always been polar opposites in this regard. So I can't exactly say I didn't see this coming. If you insist on compensation, I will pay you. Consider this a formal commission. Sound fair?
You just don't give up, do you? Too bad. I know you well enough to know you can't afford my prices. The riskier the job, the more it'll cost. And a moon chanter's stipend isn't exactly generous. Unless you're planning to start passing the donation box around among the faithful.
Boss, just a thought. If they come up short, maybe you can take the difference out of my next few paychecks. Things got really dangerous during the fight with Rerir. If this girl hadn't saved me, I'd be ley line fodder by now. I'd be gone for good, boss. If there's any way we can make this work, I'd really like to help her. Please? I'm begging you.
This is why I'm always telling you never accept favors. They are the hardest debts to repay. You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune. Very well, Yehoda, I will help. But just this once. Don't count on this happening again. Flynn's. That fragment that Rerir was after. Do you still have it on you?
Of course.
क्या बात
Let me
कर रहा है?
borrow it. I need it to follow up on some leads.
Wait, you actually have some leads?
Shh. This is top secret information.
I get it. We all have things we'd rather keep to ourselves. Plus, I know we can count on you. So we'll leave the intel gathering in your hands. And that brings me to the third and final item. We need to find a way to distract him. We need time to make our move, so someone will have to stall him. I'm in for this part, no matter what. Anyone coming with?
Count me in too.
Come off it, you two. Quit playing heroes. I'm way ahead of you here. Nefa did a scan of the Moon Goddess's Kuvaki signature, and we're gonna use it to make some decoys over at the Kramkake craft shop. Anyone who's in, follow me. Once they're ready, we'll deploy the decoys across Nogcry. So as long as the rest of you keep moving, he won't catch on to your scent and won't
पकड़ता
be
नहीं
able to
पुलिस
track you down.
कि लाइसेंस वाला
I like it. Genius idea.
No biggie.
All right then, we'll split into 3 teams. Once your team has finished their mission, return here and wait for the others. Dismissed!
ये क्या हो गया? अच्छा 3-3 डिवाइडेड है। ओके, ये सब नया नया इंटरफेस अच्छा किया। नहीं, कभी कभी
Lady
रिपोर्ट होता है।
Damselette. Wait, and you two? What are you doing at the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau? We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately. But if you're just gonna waltz up here like this, you're seriously pressing your luck. Don't blame us for doing what we have to.
You really think that's gonna scare us off?
We're not looking for any trouble. I just want to see Zandrone.
Do I need to remind you that you're still a wanted fugitive for deserting us? Out of consideration for our former ties and the crisis we're all up against, we'll let you leave in one piece.
ना।
But don't even think about trying to get inside.
Let them
But
in. Are you going to make me repeat that?
No, my lady.
क्यों कर दिया? नर्व मतलब आया ही नहीं है, तुम नर्व बोल।
Zandrone seems to be in a good mood.
वीकली बॉस
Must be maintenance day.
इसका भी वीकली बॉस। मैं समझ नहीं आया, नर्व मतलब क्या?
So tell me, to what do I owe the honor this time? Actually, before you answer that, just so we're clear, we're not colleagues anymore, Columbina. I don't owe you anything.
I promise it's nothing big.
It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time and satisfy my own curiosity. Whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past, I haven't lost the plot enough to even consider sticking my neck out for your sakes.
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
What?
Huh? You mean the knave?
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino. Is she in Nodcry?
No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the Rooster and Regrator. The only ones in Nodcry are me and... what is it you need to speak to her about anyway?
Rerir is hunting me. If I'm going to face him, I must first retrieve the lost moon.
IQ का अपडेट किया, बहुत बैटरी ड्रेन हो रहा है। अपडेट भी करना डर लगता है। क्या बोले, मेरा भी तो गया हुआ वो वाला बैटरी। क्या हो रहा है?
Is that a no then?
As if I need reminding. I was this close to settling things with him before someone decided to whisk me away to their weird little garden.
Have you held any tea parties lately?
Tea parties? Yeah, obviously. You don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, Arlecchino, and a bunch of insolent and
Arlecchino का आने
sensitive
वाली है क्या
guests
इधर?
who won't stop asking where you've gone. Oh, they've been a real joy.
I bet you served them the worst tea you have. Just like you used to do to me when I upset you.
Who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink it? I keep losing people.
इसको भी
First
था।
Rosaline, now you? I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than a multi-centenarian goddess who's only ever had the plain herbal tea she received as offerings?
You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really just to see how I'd react?
ये तो नया फोन है, फिर भी
Well,
delta हो।
duh. Why else? Watching you squirm was practically my only form of entertainment. Oh, yeah. And Capitano sometimes used to bring Tartaglia around too. But I guess we won't be seeing him again. Well, I guess we are overdue for a get-together. Polonia! Have Febronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea. Will suffice.
Pass along a message for me too, if you would. My body cannot contain the marrow of 2 moons, so I'll be leaving one of them in her care.
Excuse me? Who said you were on the guest list? If my tea meant that much to you, maybe quitting the Fatui wasn't your brightest move. Back when you were under the Tsaritsa's protection, no one would have dared come at you so
का
openly.
भी तो सीने है ना।
But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. At the end of the day, it was just another transaction. I just got tired, that's all. I never wanted any part in their grand ambitions, and I've had enough of being treated like a bottomless supply of power. It brings back memories from the old days, when I was still worshipped as the moon goddess.
कुछ क्या उसका ही है
Centuries
तीनों।
on, it
तीनों
may
ले
be a
लेंगे
different group
देखना।
of people,
जाकर।
but I see the same greed in their eyes.
I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason to stay as I do. The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, the Fatui demanded everything from you in return, until it was more than you could bear. I get why you left. And frankly, I have no interest in dragging you back just because the higher-ups told me to. But if you keep hanging around with this riffraff, the next time we cross paths, we might be enemies for real.
He's the one who just.
Guess that's our cue to leave.
That might be your plan. But it sounds like someone else wants you to stay a little longer.
Huh? What do you mean?
Listen.
My lady, it's the Wild Hunt. A horde of monsters is headed straight for the facility.
Another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area!
बाकी दो ही है मेरे पे और मेरा आईपैड भी है। वो तुम्हारा नहीं है, वो आईपैड है, वो तो उसका ही है। हाँ, तू उसका यूज
You'll
कर
be
रहा
lucky to make it out of this alive.
You really think you can afford to worry about me? Go on, get out of here. You may have stopped Polonia from crushing him last time, but I've made sure that won't happen again.
Nice.
The entire Experimental
क्या?
Design Bureau is rigged for war. Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. You're not flagged as friendlies in a weapons system. Don't tell me what to do! Look, if you're leaving, make it quick. Or you'll just get in my way. There's a secret passage on the second floor. It'll take you right to the plains out back. Stare all you want, Columbina. You're not getting another invitation to my tea party.
I know. But thank you anyway, Sandrone.
This is exactly why you shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama and sentimental nonsense is rubbing off on you. Come on then, Mr. Ray here. Let's pick up where we left off. It's your Wild Hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations. Let's see who comes out on top.
फाइट आउट करना पड़ेगा. ओ भाई तो भीड़ बंदूक वाला गेम खिलवा रहा है. iPad में बैटरी उतने दी.
Good work, Bosco 1. Bosco 2, prepare to fire!
एक सेकंड दिखता नहीं है उधर तो पीछे दिखता है. बैटरी हेल्थ में कितना आएगा.
That's it. Keep them pinned down. Don't let them get near.
स्नाइपर तो मुंडी नहीं है तो भाई इसको मारे क्या.
Rotate out. Deploy all backup units. Get in there and hold the line.
दिखता है काफी टाइम पहले दिखता है ऐसे.
They're more tenacious than I thought. Whatever. This is where the real fun begins.
तो जा ही नहीं रहा. इधर घूम ही नहीं रहा भाई.
Don't worry. Once this is over, I'll put you all back together again. I promise.
कुछ है ही नहीं, अटैक कैसे करें?
Where'd he go? Uh-oh.
एक तो खत्म ही कर दिया।
Polonia, get him!
I've upgraded Polonia again since our last encounter, and uploaded every last scrap of your data. So let's finish this once and for
She's not here. Where did she go?
Hey! Over here, you big...
Cursed moon. Go. Keep searching. She cannot have gotten far.
उसको खोजा था कॉलम में। अगला अपडेट देखना बढ़िया है अभी, जो मतलब अच्छा लगेगा काफी लोगों को।
So this is your method for investigating Rarir's past. It almost looks like some kind of ceremony.
Good deduction. But it's quite a different affair from what you're used to with the Frost Moon Scions.
Whoa! First time I've ever been in here. Boss always said it was off limits, so I pictured some kind of creepy dungeon. But it's actually kinda nice. Oh, I guess this must be Sumero decor? That's where Boss is from. And that nice shopkeeper who sold me my treasure compass.
I'm not sure exactly what you've got planned, but it looks like you're all set. When do we begin?
Whenever we wish. But for some reason, I've got a feeling this isn't going to end well. I've never faced Rarir myself, but from what you've told me, his power is beyond anything I could imagine. I, on the other hand, am just an ordinary businesswoman. Our paths should never have crossed, yet here I am, forced to make an enemy of him.
If you ask me, you're about as far from ordinary as it gets. So what are you saying? You're getting cold feet?
Once I take a job, there's no backing out.
मोड का नाम तो एक साल
Still,
पुराना मोड
I
दे
have to
दिया।
ask myself if the power I'm relying on will even work on an
लोगों
opponent of
को
this
देना चाहिए तो
caliber.
थोड़ा सा और पुराना है, जैसे ये तो 2024 का ही था ना, ज्यादा पुराना 2021-22 का देता तो अच्छा रहता।
And also how
देखो
to make
नेक्स्ट
sure
वाला
I
अपडेट में
come
शायद
out of
अगर
this
ऐसे पैटर्न
alive
फॉलो
if
करेगा तो
things
अच्छा है
spiral out of
कि हर एक
control.
महीना हर एक अपडेट में एक ओल्ड, तब तो साल में हम लोग को 6 मोड खेलने का मौका मिलेगा पुराना। ये कॉन्सेप्ट भी सही है, बट देखो क्या कहता है, नेक्स्ट 2 एनिवर्सरी तो अच्छा वाला मोड रखा होगा।
Death is the one thing we can take for granted. It is the great equalizer, however fortunate or unfortunate we may otherwise be. So it's important to consider how to spend what lifespan
मिरर
we
वाली
have
हटा देना।
left.
मिरर वाल दे सकता था, ड्रैगन वाल वाला नहीं डाल सकता शायद, खुला है वैसे ना ना।
Come on, boss. Lighten up. Quit talking about death. It's bad luck.
For once, I agree with you. When you're up against a foe like Rarir, there's no such thing as being too prepared. Is there anything I can do to help?
That won't be necessary. I've already made up my mind. Time to cash in a precious favor I've been saving for a rainy day. Yehoda, I need you to find someone for me. The sooner the better.
Eh? Find who?
That shady merchant who sold you an overpriced treasure compass the other day.
Come on, boss. You're pulling my leg again. In what way is she shady? She showed up when I was completely lost and sold me a neat little gadget that was exactly what I needed. Trust me, she's a good person.
अब हम देखते थे पबजी का पूरा यूआई चेंज हो रहा है। हाँ, वो नेक्स्ट अपडेट में आएगा। ये वाला अपडेट में नहीं देगा, वो तो पता था कि क्या बड़े अपडेट में देगा। पुराना वाला थोड़ा यूआई है, पहले जो यूआई आया करता था अच्छा लगेगा।
Anyway, I know who you're talking about. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
What's happening? I genuinely can't run any further.
Hey, aren't you?
What is it? What's the big rush? You dragged me out of a
Dory.
dream where I was literally
पहले हाई
swimming
फोर्ट
in
होता था
Mora.
एनिवर्सरी।
I'm
एक्चुअली
spending
एनिवर्सरी का
double my
फुल
usual
फायदा
time
हम लोग को नहीं मिलता बीजीएमआई का, तुम्हारा देखेगा तो। हाँ, बस इवेंट मोड में ज्यादा कुछ अच्छा चीज भी होता, वो नहीं मिलता हम लोग।
See, look how easygoing she is. After that rude awakening, she could have completely snapped at us. But instead, she kept it together and just asked for an extra fee.
Dory Sangama Bay? I never would have pictured you two doing business together.
If you want to make it big and not cry, it's all about connections. Lady Nefer just so happens to have a lot of intel that interests me. And she also did me a big favor in the past. It was back when I first arrived in Notcry. My trusty assistant, the genie in my lamp, had an adverse reaction to the Kuvaki and
यहाँ भी
fainted.
जाए एनिवर्सरी भी तब होता है। एनिवर्सरी के नाम में 3 दिन के लिए ग्लेशियर देता है, वो भी मिलता नहीं है बंदे को।
And when you know it, that's when I suddenly find myself in a life-or-death situation. Good thing my compatriot was there to swoop in and save the day. I've been giving her a 30% discount off all of my goods ever since. Now, so that no one here feels left out, I'm willing to extend a 20% discount to fellow friends of Boss Nefer. Plus, any other friends you send my way will enjoy 10% off. Huh, what can I say? The great Lord Sangama Bay is nothing if not generous. So, let me guess. You've run into some trouble? I've got everything you could possibly need. And the more you buy, the more you'll save.
You guessed correctly. What have you got in the way of survival gear?
The one type of gear I've never been short on. What are you looking for? A jetpack fresh from the Academia's labs? An ancient suit of armor dredged up from the bottom of the sea? At the very least, I need to know what kind of opponent you're dealing with here. If even you're worried about staying alive, it must be pretty serious.
What if I told you it's someone with the power to bring a nation to its knees?
Is that so? Then we really are talking top-shelf treasures. I don't have anything like that in stock right now. I'll have to ask my supplier.
Your supplier?
A powerful woman, make no mistake. I can't reveal her identity, but luckily for you, I hear she's planning to visit Notcry in the near future. If you're willing to wait, I can ask her when she's here. Can't say exactly how long that'll be, though.
Then, let me put it another way. What would you do if you encountered an enemy like that? Roll over and serve yourself up on a silver platter?
Of course not.
I have a handy little trinket from one of my generous suppliers, which... Hold on. What exactly are you getting at? No, no! This is for my personal use only!
Let's just say I'm borrowing it, all right? Just for insurance purposes. You'll get it back later. Favors are the worst kind of debt to owe, and now you've got a chance to repay one. A win-win situation, don't you think?
Fine. You can borrow it for 5 days. No, make that 3. And for every extra hour after that, I'm charging you 1,000,000 mora. Deal?
Deal.
डील कर दी।
What a way to start the day. Now, was there anything else you wanted? Or can I go back to bed now?
गेम खत्म हो गया अभी बस तीसरा वो तो सही है क्योंकि
That will be all. Take
अभी
care
तो
now.
स्किल सब देख रहा हूँ
Don't
ना
trip up on your way back,
खाली
friend.
18 प्रेस का 10 का भी रोक के रखा है वो रियलिटी है
See you later! You're
बैटल
my
ग्राउंड लगता ही
favorite
नहीं है
shopkeeper.
फुल
Excellent. Everything is well and truly ready. The ceremony can now begin. After initiating the ceremony, your minds will follow me wherever I go. You will see many strange things in your mind's eye. So remember, don't be frightened, and don't make a sound. Now then, let us peer into the Raker of Solnari's past. I made it. I don't recognize this style of architecture. Must be Conrian.
सब वही है खाली स्क्रीन फ्लेक्स करता पता नहीं क्या जस्ट सबसे बड़ा चीज ये है कि अभी गेम वैसे फंसा के रखने के लिए चीजें कर रहा है वो किसी को पता नहीं प्री ऑर्डर इवेंट ये सब क्यों दे रहा कि लोग कहीं जाए नहीं जो ऑडियंस को पकड़ के रखा है ना वो अगर कुछ देना बंद कर देगा मतलब ये सब पेड चीज भी धीरे धीरे दे रहा ना तो लोग क्या हो रहा है इमोशन जोड़ रहा पैसा डाल रहा है वैसे रोकना चाहता है ऐसे गेम का कंटेंट से तो रुकना थोड़ा सा दिक्कत है मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ा बहुत ओल्ड और कुछ कुछ बंदे जो उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता स्किन पर उसके लिए ओल्ड अपडेट अपडेट लाने की कोशिश कर रहा है गेम का कैसे कर रहा है वो सस्टेन वो देखने वाला चीज है
Anyway, I'll keep exploring.
हाँ इंडिया में कुछ खास गेम ही तो नहीं है वैलोरेंट आएगा कहाँ
Since you're working extra hours tonight, I thought I'd keep myself busy by checking out that new kebab shop. I've heard good things about their menu. I'll test it out, and if it's as good as everyone's saying, let's go back together sometime. P.S. New stash from the Universitas Magistrorum. I brought some goodies home. A few teacups and a pin rack. Hope you like them.
They didn't sign their name, but they must have been close. Sounds like they were living together.
I went over to Joseph's for drinks today. They have a fine collection, but I went alone. Felindus was tied up with something and couldn't make it. Joseph asked why I came alone, but I didn't really have an answer. He then went on to ask about other things. If you ask me, someone who asks that many personal questions is too nosy for their own good. But if he invites me again, chances are I'd still go.
Felindus. That's the same name Rerir mentioned.
Crane imports keep falling. If things don't pick up, we'll soon be back to meat and mushrooms only. Honestly,
I'm not a huge
ये
fan of
लोग
that new type of
खराब
mushroom
किया
everyone's been into
रिकॉल
lately.
रिकॉल इतना
Didn't it
बुरा
start
आदत
out
हो
as a
चुका है
lab-grown
ना
variety?
मेरा को
I heard
कुछ
it's
कभी
even
दिक्कत
mildly
होता है
corrosive.
क्योंकि
I
आदत
don't
पड़
care
गया
if
ना
it's an impressive feat of alchemy.
अब सोचता से
That
खेलना
just
पड़ता
isn't
दूसरा
Grain
मैप
has to
में
be
भी
imported,
स्किल एकदम चल
and
गया
they're eating a diet of
जब
mostly
तुम्हारे पास
meat and
इंश्योरेंस रहता है
mushrooms.
बैकअप तो तुम
Could
हमेशा
it be
बैकअप ही
because
सोचता है अच्छा खेल
Conran
नहीं
is
पाता
underground,
और जब वो
so it doesn't
बैकअप हट
get
जाता
much
तुम अच्छा
sunlight?
गेम प्ले करता है
That would explain why they use so much stone in their buildings.
अरे स्टार्टिंग में लगा हम लोग वही खेल रहे थे वीकेंडी लग नहीं रहा था स्टार्टिंग में जब आया था 3-4 दिन लगा मस्त क्विक एक क्लिक में फिर लगने लगा फिर सैनोक भी लगना बंद हो गया है कितना मन कर रहा था सैनोक खेले सैनोक मेरा मार तो लगता ही नहीं है बस अभी 2-3 मैप लगता है जैसे इरंगल लिविंग नूसा लगता है नूसा तो खेलते ही नहीं है एक बार कभी गलती से लग गया तो अच्छा बात है नहीं तो कभी कभी खेल लेते हैं और काराकिन है ना हाँ काराकिन लगता है और
I've just about saved up enough now. Time to buy it and keep it somewhere safe.
Making a big purchase. I wonder what it is. He really is a professional. No wonder he's so good at covering his tracks, despite what he's become. It seems like he's retained certain habits, at least in this regard. Did Rary rip it out himself?
ये लोग रिकॉल डालेगा साना वीकेंड सब तब चलेगा वही ना फिर खत्म हो गया ना यूनिकनेस खत्म अब वो हैबिट बना दिया है वो लोग को रिकॉल टावर कभी डालना ही नहीं चाहिए था वो जो थीम मोड में मिलता है वो तो ठीक है चलो उसमें डाल दिया तो अच्छा जो फाइट करेगा लास्ट टैक्टिक है उनको एक्स्ट्रा लाइफ मिले बाकी किसी को ना मिले तब और मजा आता कभी दिक्कत ही नहीं होता हेलो पार्था कैसे हो
Before I met you, I was convinced that my heart was nothing more than a stagnant pool. The burial place of a fallen moon. A withered, windless grove where the waters rested forever unrippled. It was you who helped me see that my heart hadn't entirely withered away. That it could still beat to the rhythm of love.
This is just trivial sentimentality from the looks of it. Why would he go to the trouble of hiding that? The burial place of a fallen moon.
Reverie, over here.
Dane! Oh, and
पहले ये ऐसा था
Vedelson here? What a surprise to see you here, sir.
Hello there, Rerir. You need not address me so formally outside of court. He doesn't get that much free time, so I invited him over for a drink. Even the court prophet deserves a break every now and then,
मैं
right?
Genshin Impact कभी नहीं खेला है मैं ये किस टाइप का गेम है एक्सप्लेन करो थोड़ा फिर भी मैं ये एक ओपन वर्ल्ड गेम है जिसमें तुमको फार्मिंग करना पड़ता, तुमको न्यू न्यू कैरेक्टर मिलता, सबसे मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट है अलग अलग कंट्री खुलता है इसमें, और हर एक कंट्री का अलग अलग छोटा छोटा मिशंस होता है, और पूरा ओवरऑल वर्ल्ड का एक प्रॉब्लम है, वो प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए एक भाई और बहन निकला है। ये थोड़ा सा आइडिया दे दिया, और धीरे धीरे ये बढ़ रहा है। स्टोरी के बीच में है, तो मैं और दिखा सकता था 2-3 चीज़ और भी, स्किप नहीं कर सकते इसको।
So, what are we discussing today?
Hey, don't look at me. As far as I see it, we don't need an excuse to have a few drinks.
Come on, don't give us that. Didn't you say you were about to pop the big question? How's that coming along?
Who'd have thought the great Twilight Sword was an even greater gossip?
I just didn't expect you to be the first one to settle down and get married, that's all.
Yeah. If you told me that a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed you either.
So, are you planning to come clean about your job then? I'm guessing you still haven't told her.
Yes. Try karo.
Sure, I'll have to tell her at some point. But I'll need to pick the right time and place.
अच्छा रहेगा।
To be honest, I have no idea how she'll take it.
Come on, stop being such a pessimist. For all you know, she could be thrilled. I bet she'll be much more impressed by your actual job than the one she thinks you're doing now. A member of the King's Guard. Quite the cover story. Does the king himself even know?
Of course he does. Anyway, enough about me. How have you been?
Me? Same old, same old. Nothing much to...
Sleep.
Huh? What's up, Fed?
It's nothing.
Vedifulnir, Daneslif's elder brother. Renowned throughout the court of Conria as the Visionary, and said to possess a wisdom far beyond the reach of any ordinary man. And yet, despite the gulf between us, he seems to have something to say about me. Does he even know me? Does he see me as a friend of his brother, or just another of the Vinster King's blade? Why did he react so strongly? Was it really to do with what we were talking about?
Brown, curly hair and brooding blue eyes. So this is what Rerir looked like back in the day. Perfectly normal. No different from anyone else. As frightening as this monster is in the present, there's something even more unsettling about seeing the human he used to be.
Felindis? You're back early?
Our equipment's being serviced today, so I got off earlier than usual. How's your day been? Aw, why the long face? Is something the matter? Has your boss been giving you a hard time again?
Went for a drink with Dane and the others after work.
Isn't that a good thing?
Vedifulnir showed up today, too. You know, Daneslif's older brother.
Ah, Mr. Vedifulnir. Yes, I've heard of him. They say that everything he says ends up coming true.
He overheard Daneslif mention that I'd recently proposed, and seemed to have an issue with it. But when I asked what it was, he kept it to himself.
So, you're worried? You could be such a child sometimes, Rerir. We're nobodies. Why would the Visionary be concerned about us? I'm sure someone in his position has much bigger fish to fry.
Maybe you're right.
You worry too much, Rarier. We've been together for ages now, and everything's been going so well, has it not? You've even proposed to me.
So, you do remember. Tell me then. What's your answer?
Like I said, I need some time to decide. You can't just rush into things like this. We may be nobodies in the grand scheme of things, but if we want things to work out, we've still got to plan ahead.
All right. Take your time. Just don't keep me waiting forever. Nobodies. Sounds about right. In the eyes of people like Vedalfnir and Dainsleif, what do we matter? Can someone whose gaze is so fixed on a far-flung future even see the present clearly? Besides, the dynasty's fate rests with the king and his inner circle. Whatever I do, it won't make much difference. Meanwhile, every idea they come up with, every decision they make,
इसीलिए मैं तुमको पूछा ना कि तू
everything.
सीधा डाउनलोड का बात किया
These days, the king has
बहुत
lost
हाई
his
लेवल
research.
ग्राफिक्स मतलब
The
ग्राफिक्स का
purge of
बात
the
नहीं है बहुत
crimson
हाई लेवल की है मैं
bloodline
मतलब
grows ever more into the opposition tried to speak out, but nothing came of it. And I'm under no illusions as to why. Because we eliminated them and got rid of their bodies.
डिनर किया अभी कर लिया
A man can have 1,000 reasons to carry a sword, but there are few good excuses to use it. Yet the king has never even considered a gentler approach.
अभी भूख नहीं लगेगा
He never will.
ये तो 7 बजे बस कब सोता है
What becomes of someone who kills on another's behalf? Can he ever find true peace? Thalendis, It's nothing. You were right. Fate has never smiled upon nobodies like us.
नहीं सोते रहते
But by the same token, it's unlikely to bear a
सोता
grudge
नहीं
against us
अच्छा,
either.
वो जब मैच देखता है कब सोता है सुबह
There's no reason we can't keep living happily together, cherishing the simple joys of each day as they come.
See? You just need to stay positive, Revere. I can feel your warmth, your breath. You're right there, right by my side. Just seeing you makes me happy in a way I can't explain. And that's something that no one could ever take away from me. So smile, my love. Let go of that frown.
You're right, Thalendis. I've just been overthinking things.
That's better. Getting caught up about things like this will only ruin our evening. Speaking of which, all set for the ball tonight? I need to go get ready.
You go ahead. I just have a few things to take care of, then I'll come join you.
Even busier than the big shots, huh? Fine, I'll go get started. But don't be late. If you keep me waiting too long, I won't be a happy bunny.
Relax. I'll be there. Seriously, though, you drive a hard bargain. You're really gonna leave my proposal hanging and still expect me to take you to the ball?
1 बजे रात का मैच और वेब सीरीज देखता है तो सोता क्या बे अभी ये तो अच्छा
Well, that goes without saying. I already told everyone I'd be coming with a dance partner. Besides, they're two completely different things. Let's take it one thing at a time, all right?
white outfit it is.
It seems like Rerir was deliberately hiding his ties to the intelligence services by giving the impression that he was just an ordinary member of the Vinster King's Guard. He clearly doesn't want his would-be fiancée to know about his other life. Then again, that's hardly surprising. People in the intelligence trade rarely do. Who'd have thought we were in the same line of work? Let's dig a little deeper.
Our last operation was a resounding success, and all thanks to you, Rahier of Solnari. In total, we apprehended 32 dregs of the Crimson Moon, and 67 accomplices.
After all these years since the dynasty's fall,
अभी
so
इतना
many
जल्दी
have
अगर
still
तुम
in
खा लिया
on.
तो भूखने लगता ना, तो अभी क्या करेगा?
Indeed, it cannot be denied. Yet it was destiny that the Crimson Moon should be overcome by the eclipse, and that His Majesty, the all-seeing Vinster King, now guides our nation on the path to prosperity. Conria has no further need for a dead moon. But alas, there will always be those who refuse to see the truth, choosing instead to romanticize the past.
That's not entirely true. But much about the Crimson Moon era was worthy of remembrance. And that's exactly why they keep trying to see it restored. Many of its secrets remain unsolved to this day. As it happens, that's precisely the field of study my partner is devoted to.
You still haven't told her what you really do for a living.
Where would I even start? How do you tell someone that you're one of the king's hand-picked executioners? That your hands are steeped in blood?
You didn't choose this life, any more than I did. Orphans like us don't get a say.
But I'll sure as heck be the one to pay for it. Speaking of which, we need to be more rigorous in the way we identify direct descendants of the Crimson Moon. Someone, it seems, has strong opinions about my future plans. Most likely my marriage in particular. I have a feeling that we may soon become targets of the Crimson Moon's retribution.
Your concerns are not unfounded. They've taken out many of our colleagues these past few years, and for that very reason. These are no helpless lambs we're leading to the slaughter. They're wolves in sheep's clothing. Take care, Rahier of Solnari. I look forward to toasting you at your wedding.
Thanks, Thorkel. You look after yourself, too. Thelindis, I never wanted to keep this from you. You're the last person I would ever want to lie to. But that's exactly why I can't tell you everything. There are things you shouldn't know. Things you
दूसरा दिन
can't know.
आज थोड़ा टाइम है दूसरा दिन 2 घंटा से ज्यादा करते नहीं 2-2.5 घंटा आज थोड़ा
Even
टाइम
now,
है
with the
ज्यादा
sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost. Could that be why Vedalfnir held back? Or was it because of some court secret he's not at liberty to share? I have to get a clear answer from him. No matter what happens, I will protect Thelindis.
Rerir seems to be very concerned by Vedalfnir's reaction. Vedalfnir and Dainsleif, the Visionary and Twilight Sword. So that's what they were really like. I've investigated this whole area now. There doesn't seem to be any other memories here. Should I try somewhere else? Wait a second. What's this black...
So, he's late after all. Just you wait, Rerir. You're in for it.
Are you waiting for someone, ma'am?
Could I tempt you into buying some flowers?
Oh, sure. Pick me out a pretty bunch if
आज
you
गेम्स
would.
नहीं खेलेंगे, दूसरा दिन अलग अलग गेम्स भी खेलते हैं।
But I'm afraid
स्पाइडरमैन
none of them are as pretty
भी
as you.
खेलेंगे, कंप्लीट करना उसको।
For someone so young, you sure have a
वही
way
मैं
with
अभी
words,
25
don't
का
you?
हूँ। ना ना
I'm
ना,
only telling the
मेरी
truth.
पर्सनल ओपिनियन, बट मैं बोलूँगा
Look me
कि
in the eyes.
थोड़ा टाइम है अभी।
You'll see I'm not lying.
You're...
May we have a word in private?
Who are you? And what do you want?
It doesn't matter who I am. Too many of our kind have fallen lately, so I decided to take the risk of reaching out. Not long ago, the Ray here of Solnari led an assault on one of our strongholds. We suffered many casualties, and many who came to our aid lost their lives as well.
Sorry, I don't know why you're telling me this. And I don't want to get involved.
Wait, hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his face and learned his true identity. His name is Rarier, and he claims to be one of the King's guards.
What did you say?
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double life as a brutal executioner. But surely, you must have caught a whiff of the blood on his hands.
Why are you telling me all of this now?
Simple. It's because...
How strange. Rarier was nowhere to be seen in that memory. It clearly belonged to the Lindis. Rarier couldn't possibly know what happened if he wasn't even there. Why would her memories appear in his fragment? The ceremony won't last much longer. I think it's time to call it a day.
So that was your doing? Did you just pull us inside Rarier's fragment to spy directly on his memories?
Any more questions, and I'll have to start charging.
I had no idea you could do that, boss! Seriously, that was
लेकिन मैं
amazing!
कुछ अच्छा
We're not worthy! We're not worthy!
वैसे तुम्हारा हाथ
I gotta admit though,
होगा
I'm itching to see what happens next. Feels like we barely scratched the surface.
I'm just as curious as you are. But the ceremony only allows for limited time inside. That's all we can see for now. Luckily, we managed to learn quite a lot.
So far, so good. I just hope the others are doing okay too. Especially the group with the Traveler. Their mission is a risky one. Let's hope it's all going smoothly.
If you're worried about them, go see how they're doing.
If I know boss, she's gonna need some time to write up all the details and make sure it's all coherent. I'll stay behind to lend a hand, but feel free to head back and meet up with the others.
But तुम भी जाओगे फ्रेंड लिस्ट में
Prowling around for nearly 2 days now. These things just won't quit.
एक्चुअली मैं खेलता ही कहाँ हूँ, मतलब जो खेलता हूँ 3 दिन खेलता हूँ, वेडनेसडे, फ्राइडे, संडे, और वो भी 2-3 घंटा ही खेलता हूँ जब भी खेलता हूँ, तो फ्रेंड के साथ ही मैं खेलता हूँ।
Oh, that's never gonna work. One little slip up and it's game over. If they spot us, they'll run straight back to Rarier. And once he knows we're here, it won't be long before he's breathing down our necks again. Oh, guess you're right. All right, time to zip it. Right, we almost got spotted. Phew, that was a close call.
हमारा इन गेम नेम क्या है?
Watch out! They're coming this way! Keep going. We're nearly there. This is the final hurdle. Oh, there's no end to these things!
ये क्या फाइट करना पड़ेगा? मुंडी नहीं है लोग।
Fire.
Fire? Wait, what's that smell? Oh no, there's a fire!
आर्ले की ना आगे सकते। तो लगाए था।
Sandrone was right. You look weak, Columbina. The old you would never have let such lowly creatures bar your way. Word has it that you did something for the Tsaritsa, and that's why you've lost most of your power. Freedom comes at a heavy price, doesn't it?
It's Arlecchino! You came!
Hello again, Columbina. And greetings, guests of the House of the Hearth.
It's been a while, Arlecchino.
Stupid right here of stupid Solnari. Ugh, whatever. I've got all the data I need. Next time we meet, you're finished. He sure doesn't pull his punches.
Excuse me, do you need a hand?
You can do me a favor by staying out of my way. Can't you see I'm busy? Wait a minute. I recognize that voice.
Hello, Miss Sandrone. Father sent us over to help.
Huh. How considerate of her. Hey, Fremine, get over here and help me fix this. Lenny, you do your thing. Just keep your sister away from my machines. Nearly every machine that cat girl touches ends up going haywire. Go put her on cleaning duty or something.
Then let's start downstairs. Fremine, we'll leave this place to you. You've got it.
Wait a second. Pretty sure there's still some tea in the cupboard. If you want some, you'll have to make it yourselves.
Quietly now.
Fulfill our pact!
Letting brave names echo!
Things are about to get dicey.
Lolling! Beats Papa!
Witness my rise.
Busted.
Hear the echoes of the valley!
You two! Time to end them!
one way to draw your target out of hiding.
मेरा आवाज नहीं गया ना? अच्छा तुम ही हो ना? ओके मैं माइक बंद कर
Take it easy.
खोले भी नहीं हम।
It's a relief to see you all made it back in one piece.
Huh? Feels like there's quite a few people missing. Where's Flint's and the others? And what about Nefer?
I returned ahead of them. Flint is helping Aino and Anefa to set up the decoys and buy us some time. As for Miss Nefer...
Boss is still wrapping things up on her end. She sent us back to fill you all in on the top secret intel we've been gathering.
I see. Then let's get right into it. But first, who do we have here? You brought someone else in to help?
Greetings. I was invited here to help as a longtime Tea Party companion of Columbina's. You may call me Arlecchino.
Surely it can't be.
Those eyes. Oh, where have I seen them before? Wait, of course. In those memories we just saw.
The only Arlecchino I know is the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers. So either you share a pretty uncommon name, or you're more than just a Tea Party buddy.
You're well informed, Grandmaster. A man from Mondstadt living all the way out here in Nodcry, and yet the people and affairs of Snezhnaya seem to hold a special place in your heart.
Oh, the feeling's mutual. Sounds like you know all about who I am, too.
A Fatui Harbinger.
The atmosphere in here just got really tense. Guess we can't just start trusting Fatui Harbingers, even at a time like this.
I must admit, though, I'm a little curious. Seeing as the Moon Goddess no longer belongs to the Fatui, what makes you so willing to put your neck on the line here?
Nor does Nodcry belong to Mondstadt, Mr. Varka. Yet still, you're fighting for it all the same. Things don't always have to have a tangible payoff. Sometimes, stopping things from spiraling out of control is a higher priority than chasing the spoils of victory. Of course, I can't say there's nothing in it for me at all. But that's between Columbina and myself.
Forgive me. I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that the Fatui really have been the source of many of our troubles. We have our own way of doing things here in Nodcry. But ever since they arrived, the Fatui have treated us with nothing but hostility.
I know there's been a lot of bad blood between us in the past. I've done my utmost to avoid friction whenever I could. But sometimes fundamental conflicts of interest simply can't be settled amicably. That's why I'm here solely in a personal capacity. This has nothing to do with the Fatui. As a gesture of good faith, I'll be frank. I can help Columbina track down the iridescent moon's marrow, which will help her restore more of her power. Anyway, what else is on the agenda? Let's begin.
She says she'll be frank, then completely skips over the details. Looks like she doesn't want to give away too many secrets after all, but she clearly wants to change the subject. It'd be awkward if I tried to bring it up again now. I guess we'll just have to go along with it. She's the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers after all. One look and you can tell she's not someone you'd want to mess with.
Well, since Miss Arlecchino sounds confident in her ability to handle that, we'll proceed to the next topic. Yehoda, time to share that top secret intel.
Alright, listen up everyone. First, we now know that Rerir was originally a Conrian secret agent whose primary mission was to hunt down and assassinate the so-called Dregs of the Crimson Moon.
The Dregs of the Crimson Moon?
In the memories, there was a lot of talk about the Crimson Moon and Eclipse, and a whole bunch of other stuff from the time of Conria.
To my knowledge, those were the names of 2 different Conrian dynasties. Long, long ago, it is said that the people of Conria worshipped the Crimson Moon, drawing a mysterious power from its reflection. But one day, a coup saw the Crimson Moon eclipsed, hence the name of the new dynasty that replaced it, and how it became the new emblem of Conria.
Still, long after the Crimson Moon dynasty had fallen, the last ruler of the Eclipse dynasty, the Vinster King, still coveted the secrets it left behind. So, he sent the Rehir of Solnari to secretly hunt down the Crimson Moon's few remaining followers. In those days, Rerir showed no signs of madness. In fact, he was as normal as any other person. Oh, and he had a fiancé, or at least a would-be fiancé, called Tholindis. What's the matter?
Verfnir, Freindaughter, Flinders.
Interesting. Anything else? What about this would-be fiancé of his? Do we know anything about her?
Well, she was a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum, but it felt like she was hiding some kind of secret.
Oh, and one more thing. For some reason, Rerir's fragment also contains some of Tholindis' memories, though only a very small portion.
Well, no shortage of potential leads, I'll give you that. In any case, it sounds like we can conclude that while Tholindis was still around, Rerir appeared to be lucid and quite normal. Tholindis, it seems, must have been the one thing in this world that he couldn't let go of. Tell me though, were these pure-blood Conrians we're talking about here?
Why do you need to know that? Hold on. If she was a pure-blood Conrian... Oh yeah! Just like how it was with the captain!
If we could somehow find her, do you think there's any chance Rerir might regain some of his sanity?
It's possible, but it would take a miracle. We can't pin all our hopes on that. That merchant who never knows, Dori Sangama Bay. Maybe we could hire her to look into it.
All right then. Let's keep working in our separate teams. Traveler, Paimon, Kutar, and Miss Arlecchino will go look for the iridescent moon's marrow. As for the others...
On the way over here, I noticed that the Wild Hunt monsters had grown even more frenzied in their search for Kutar. At this rate, the people living here will be in grave danger too. So I'm thinking of gathering together some of our followers to go wipe them out.
I'll head back to the Curatorium and meet up with the boss.
Feels good knowing we've all got something to be getting on with. Given that the Wild Hunt has been a lot more active lately, the Lightkeepers have likely begun their own operations too. If that is the case, someone will need to pass the news on to Flint's. I'll hold the fort for now, then discuss our next move with Flint's, Aino, and Anefa when they get back.
Alright then.
Well, the clock's ticking. If that's everything, we'll be on our way.
We'd better get moving too. We'll try to buy you as much time as we can.
Relax. Just do your thing. Now, I decided to call in some backup since things are getting so hairy. Our reinforcements should be here any minute now. Stay safe, everyone. Dismissed.
We're back. Did we get here a little early? Or a little late?
A tad late. The others have already set off. To summarize, our resident moon goddess has found us a new ally. and Boss Nefer has uncovered some promising info. Everything going smoothly on your end?
Not great. I don't know how long we can stall them for. The decoys are getting taken out way faster than we imagined. I'm gonna make some more later, but I need a timeout first. I'm so tired right now. Oh, right! Inefa, could you fill in Uncle Varka on what we just discussed with Flints?
Sure. Uncle Varka, you previously told us about how when you went to investigate a source of the Wild Hunt in Amsvartnir, you discovered that it was just a diversion. But according to Flints' intel, several outbreaks of the Wild Hunt had already occurred in Nodcry in the period leading up to that. That was before Rerir had regained his body, when he was far from regaining his full strength. In other words, in theory at least, he still lacked the means to act in two places at once.
Flints, with everything that's been happening, the Lightkeepers across Nodcry are rallying to fight back against the Wild Hunt. They're gonna need your help. I know, I'm sure you're capable of coming up with something far more effective than decoys. But for now, you should stay here and get some rest. Inefa and I will head back over to Amsvartnir to see if there's anything I missed.
I told you Uncle Varka would say that, didn't I? A deal's a deal. Not a word about my snack intake for the next week.
Database updated. Reliability of Aino's predictions increased.
What does that mean?
They were betting on how you'd respond after hearing their intel.
It's the obvious choice, isn't it? That's hardly worth betting on.
We already decided that Inefa should go investigate the situation over at Amsvartnir on her own. You might as well stay here and keep watch. Someone needs to hang back and oversee our strategy meetings. And besides, you still haven't fully recovered from ambushing Rerir.
So I've ended up with the easiest assignment. Well, I appreciate it, everyone. See you when you get back.
Here, this will serve as a good spot to cross over.
Arlecchino, hold up a second. Since you brought us all this way, would you mind telling us what you got planned? We still haven't got the slightest idea what's going on here. And if even Columbina doesn't know where the iridescent moon's marrow is, how do you?
Simple. Because I am an inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon, and one of the last surviving embers of the Two Worlds' flames.
Huh? Are you serious? As in, you're a descendant of that Crimson Moon dynasty we were just talking about? The one from ancient Conria?
Your surprise is understandable. I was also taken aback when I first learned of it.
पता नहीं क्यों एक ही चीज देखा हूँ जब भी टीडीएम खेलता हूँ होता है
But the more I thought about it, the more I realized the signs had been there all along. When I was young, I discovered I could wield a very special kind of fire. It coursed like blood through my veins and smoldered away inside my nerves. What's more, whenever I experienced strong bursts of emotion or drew too deeply on this power, it was like some kind of presence within the fire would begin to gnaw away at me, consuming me from the inside out. Exactly. That is why my hands are like this too. At first, I saw it only as a curse, but once I became a harbinger, the jester apprised me of the truth. Together with my own investigations, over the past few years, there are several things that I have gradually come to understand. For instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shattered remnants of the iridescent moon, fused with the abyss to prolong its lifespan. Since this blood flame was bestowed upon me by the Crimson Moon, it is a fusion of the iridescent moon's former power and the corruption of the abyss. You all understand the nature of the Abyss well enough. I draw upon its power, and in return, it hungers for my soul. This strange blackness is the mark of corruption it has left behind.
If I recall correctly, you once told me that if the corruption ever made it to your heart, you'd become a completely different person.
Yes, and that's the reason I'm always careful not to push my power too far. It's essentially a never-ending tug of war.
Oh, sounds intense.
Anyway, the rest of my story can wait. Is there anything else about the Crimson Moon or the Iridescent Moon that you're unclear about?
Paimon has a question. So, the crimson moon that the Karians used to worship was actually the iridescent moon, right? Which was one of the three moon sisters. Does that mean that the Karians were to the crimson moon as the frost moon scions are to the frost moon?
मेरे गूगल ड्राइव में खाली बीजे में पबजी गेम प्ले सब पड़ा हुआ है मत देखना रोना आ जाएगा
So much of that history has been lost. We have no way of knowing exactly
कुछ
what
चीज
they were
खोलने में भी
like.
डर लगता है मेरे पास भी कुछ है बहुत कुछ कर रहे और रखे रहना सेटिस्फैक्शन होता है
But I would suspect that the Conrians weren't as devout in their moon worship as it might appear. The iridescent moon's remains simply served as their link to the Abyss. Later on, perhaps someone discovered a way to make direct contact with the Abyss. Or maybe there was some kind of ideological divide. Either way, a dissenting faction staged a coup and drove out the royal heirs of the Crimson Moon dynasty. Still, even with the dark sun looming high overhead, the Crimson Moon's glow never truly faded. If you want living proof, it's standing right before you.
हिट होता है मेरे पे वो सीजन 6 का गेम प्ले सब भी एनिमेस सीजन 6 का साउंड भाई
The first time we met, I sensed something familiar in your presence. When I looked at you, I felt I could see that mysterious red moon in the corner of my eye. In your flames, I saw its broken image, surrounded by a strange black aura.
Well, I appreciate that you kept it to yourself. Much about the Crimson Moon is still a mystery, and I'd prefer not to end up as the object of an insane research project. Anyway, time is against us here, so if there's any other questions, they'll have to wait. I just want to make sure I've got one thing straight. In her letter, Sandrone mentioned that since you are unable to contain the iridescent moon's marrow yourself, you intend to leave it in my custody. Correct?
That's right. For now. It's the only way I can pay you back for your help. The iridescent moon is already part of who you are. So with its marrow in your possession, you'll be even more powerful than before.
Deal. Then let's get started.
उन लोग को ओल्ड इरंगल लाना चाहिए कुछ टाइम
Get what started? What does this place have to do with the Crimson Moon?
When I first became a harbinger, the jester gave me a book called Paranhari, also known as Leobranto Innamorato. You should be able to buy a copy next time you're in Fontaine. It's a love story set in the Crimson Moon era. But setting aside the tangled romances of its characters, it also records a few interesting details. In the Crimson Moon era, or so the story goes, there was an orphanage that received children from beyond the bounds of this world, and subjected them to a peculiar induction ceremony.
Beyond the bounds of this world? For real? And what kind of induction ceremony?
The Crimson Moon sages looked beyond this world for beings with powers that surpassed the gods. But fearing they might lose control, they subjected these children to a process of refinement. They made these children crawl up a fireplace and kept asking them, "Have you died? Did you see it?" Until they finally admitted to having died and seen a crimson moon. The adults embraced the children who passed the ritual, telling them, "Within the fireplace, you have traversed the flames between two worlds. Here and now,
पीसी
you
में आया
are
था,
born
फोन में भी आया
anew."
था, फोन में बस एक दो, जैसे ब्रिज सब आया था, मतलब मिलिट्री बेस वाला, फिर क्वेरी वाला एरिया आया था और मिल्टा पावर आया था, बस स्कूल कुछ नहीं आया था।
The book leaves
पिछले
much
साल ही था
unsaid,
2025 में।
but I suspect that this was their way of branding the children they had enrolled, leaving an indelible mark upon them so that they would forever live in the Crimson Moon's light.
That explains why I can't sense the Crimson Moon's marrow in this world. It makes sense that it would be sealed in a special space that can only be accessed temporarily through some kind of ritual.
But there's no fireplace here. Do you see a chimney anywhere? Oh, are we supposed to build it ourselves? Okay, fine. Paimon will go find some bricks.
That won't be necessary. The fireplace is purely symbolic. The key to the ritual is crossing the flames between two worlds. In other words, the flames that burn within me. Those burned away by such flames leave behind a kind of ghostly afterimage in the world. In the days of Conria, people believed they could be used to bridge the gap between the two worlds of life and death. In short, I can open a passage to that space for you. That's the easy part. The catch is I'll need to stay on this side to keep the passage open, so I won't be able to come with you. Once you're inside, you'll have to find your own way. Very well. Then I'll open it up.
Traveler, spare me a little more moonlight if you would. I may need it. Thank you. I feel like I've recovered some of my strength now. It should be enough to move us across short distances and confront whatever dangers might await.
Mistress of the seven hues of ages past, great mother of the present, crimson-clad sovereign of the two realms, by fire severed, by fire renewed, I offer myself now and beseech your descent.
डेल्टा फोर्स वाला तो करा रियल इंजन सर्विस वाला इंजन के साथ
One word of
फोर्स वाला बहुत
advice.
सही बना है
As
इंडिया
you're
में तो
crossing
लॉन्च ही नहीं होगा
over,
ना लगता क्या
no matter what
होगा भी नहीं
voices you hear, do not answer.
Got it.
I sense a sinister gloom inside, but also the familiar light of the moon. I feel that I am about to meet an old friend who has changed beyond all recognition.
भाई कहाँ जा रहे मून
I sense your presence and crave you death and rebirth. Wait, who are you? You have crossed over from another world, transcended fate itself.
Hey, look up at the sky! at the abyss? It's practically filled the entire place.
What a tragic sight. Fragments of your broken body, seized by the abyss, and hung up aloft
पीसी वाला
like
इंडिया में है ना
mummified
पिछले
remains.
दिन हाँ पीसी वाला है
Iridescent
कंसोल वाला भी
moon.
है कंसोल वाला
Was
है कि
this
नहीं याद नहीं
truly what you wished for?
Careful. There's something spooky about this place. Feels like something is lurking in the fog. Paimon's right behind you. Whatever you do, don't run off without her. By the way, Columbina, didn't you tell us that the iridescent moon had shattered into pieces? The moon up there looks pretty whole to Paimon. How is that possible? Yeah!
Just like I thought. It was only a facade.
हाँ कंसोल में भी है ना कंसोल में तो है वो पता है मतलब इंडिया में तो है ना कंसोल में दूसरा कंट्री का तो ये यूज नहीं करता है ना प्ले स्टोर आईडी प्ले स्टोर नहीं प्ले स्टेशन आईडी
Lady Bear, here comes the catch. Busted. Show no mercy. Bring it. Let the mountain's veins boil.
हाँ इंडिया में भी है तब ठीक है क्योंकि वेयर व्हेन मीट्स जो गेम है उसका इंडिया में नहीं है पीसी में केवल आया है इंडिया में कंसोल में भी इंडिया में नहीं आया और मोबाइल में तो नहीं आया मोबाइल तो छोड़ो
Huh? Huh? For real? That's way too high! There's no way we'll be able to reach it!
No. I'm not sensing anything up there. It's coming from under the mountain.
Let's see... Ah! There's some kind of weird shadow over the water! Wait, see that? Looks like a mechanism of some sort. Let's check it out!
Incoming!
Looks like a device from the time of Kalia. Maybe people once came here to study the Crimson Moon's domain, and they left this behind. If we can activate it, we might find some clues.
ना पड़ेगा
Hey, look at that! Now that the mechanism's running, the shadow in the water looks different. Do you think these mechanisms might be the key to unlocking the secret?
Felindis, we'll leave the rest of the research in your hands. We'll be heading back now.
I hope this isn't ruining date night.
Ugh. Mind your own business. Just leave me some snacks on the table.
Felindis? Is that Rear's girlfriend? How come we're hearing her voice here? Oh yeah! So, do you think she was studying this strange space all along?
The abyss has made this space extremely unstable. Maybe that's why some of the things she said and did were preserved here. Like echoes. Or after images.
Whenever I see this view, it takes me back to a poem from my childhood. Waning moon, oh lifeless damsel, weeping on the mountain crest.
mourning still in wistful tone, her fragile soul now laid to rest. For me, of all people, to be here investigating the mysteries of the Crimson Moon space.
Bring it!
Oh, looks like the Abyss has messed up this mechanism. We need to find a way to get it working again. Let's see if there are any other devices nearby.
Transfixed! Game's up. Fun's over. Busted. Show no mercy!
So the moon marrow, or rather the power of the 3 moons, is the key to unlocking. If it really does exist, then maybe this madness can finally be put to an end.
हेलो निरंजन, कैसे हो? गुड इवनिंग। कैसे हो बताओ?
With the Abyss inhibitors in place, I should be able to access the chamber with the moon marrow. Oh, Rerir. With every step you take, you're drifting further from what you truly desire. But you're not the root of the problem. Ever since that outsider set foot in Conria, the Vinster King has sunken deeper into madness.
बस अभी ड्यूटी से आया। ओ।
If only I could get my hands on that outsider.
कैसे? और खाना वाना हो गया?
Reflection is back to normal. Elendis' voice mentioned a chamber with the moon marrow. Do you think maybe it's hidden in the moon's reflection?
It must be. For within it, I sense the fragile aura of a dying.
Then there's no time to lose. Let's go.
नहीं, बस ड्यूटी से। ओके। कितना बजे जाते हो? सुबह?
Looks like we'll have to destroy them if we want to get to the iridescent moon's marrow.
बस अच्छे। अब कितना दूर है घर से?
That must be the iridescent moon's marrow. Oh, we'll need to destroy these things before we can reach it.
Laid bare. Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
Fulfill our pact! Eat Laline, eat Papa!
Letting brave names echo!
Less than 400 मीटर पास में ही है नाइस तब तो मजे है ये क्या हो गया नाइस इसलिए पूछा क्योंकि लोग थक जाते हैं ना खेलने के बाद नहीं मतलब ये सब करने का गेम ये क्या हो रहा है
Get to work!
Suffer the wrath of me!
Bring it!
दिख रहा एक्चुअली ना बहुत दिन बाद स्ट्रीम कर रहा बहुत का नोटिफिकेशन ही नहीं गया कुछ ये नियॉन आया था पाइथन में तो नहीं आया था अभी धीरे धीरे करेंगे तो लाइव बहुत दिन इनएक्टिव होने से आता नहीं नोटिफिकेशन जाता ही नहीं है एकदम लास्ट में जाता है टाइम लगेगा थोड़ा
Everlasting as the moon! Here comes the catch. Quietly now.
Fulfill our pact! Eat Laline, eat Papa!
Let the mountain's veins boil!
The iridescent moon's marrow, still burning away like an undying flame, yet now contaminated by the abyss. It has taken on a new form entirely. If we can purify the abyssal power within,
इसके बाद वाला गिल्ट स्पिन इसके बाद वाला गिल्ट स्पिन में दोनों M4 आएगा या फिर दोनों M4 फेब में आएगा और आज तो ऑफिशियल रिवील भी हो चुका है 3D लुक
Is it you? Are you here? Huh? Are you talking to us? At long last. I can see you once more. Our fates have crossed, and I am finally free. I'm sorry. I lied to you. Even knowing what was to come, I still couldn't let go of the fear in my heart as death drew near. The moment the moon shattered, my body began to split apart piece by piece.
टाइम में 20 फेब बोला था ना मैं भूल गया वीडियो में 20 फेब बोला था
Pieces by 1,000 blunt blades. My thoughts scattered as the cold crept in, but I could not bear to fade away like that. Tell me, what was it that brought you to us all that time ago? If only I had possessed your courage, then I might have been spared this torment, more painful than death. You look so puzzled. That's how I felt too when I first saw you. But trust me when I say that everything happens for a reason. Farewell, Hypo.
मतलब सब कुछ रिलीज हो गया है ब्रॉडकास्ट साउंड ग्लोरी नहीं जो उसका बेसिक फॉर्म है साउंड तो रिलीज हो ही चुका है अगर तुम टेलीग्राम ज्वाइन किए होंगे, मेरा टेलीग्राम में मैं वीडियो में नहीं डाल सकता ना, टेलीग्राम में मैं डाल चुका हूँ साउंड ही, उसका कील इफेक्ट, बस लुक जो है वो लुक आज रिवील हुआ है। एक्चुअली मैं वीडियो में नहीं डालता, टेलीग्राम में डाल देता हूँ लिख सब, मैं वीडियो में नहीं डाल सकता। अभी फिर भूख लग गया, अब लगेगा हिला, 1 घंटा भी लग गया ले।
What was that all about? Was that the goddess of the iridescent moon? It sounded like she was speaking to a long-lost friend. But none of us have ever met her before, right?
Perhaps. She took me for the goddess of the frost moon she once knew. For a fading soul like hers, our auras must be too similar to tell
मैं
apart.
देखा नहीं। अच्छा मैं डाला हूँ उसका साउंड, इवन वो हनी बेजर कर उसका, दोनों का मैं डाल दिया।
But anyway,
बस लुक आ जाया वो
iridescent moon's
डालूंगा।
marrow now. That should help you regain your strength, right?
कल बाबा जी ट्रायल, हाँ पता नहीं था, अरे खत्म हो गया है तो।
All right, time to leave this place and meet back up with Arlecchino. That's odd. This place looks different than when we came in.
Waning moon.
Huh?
Oh, lifeless damsel.
Oh.
ये क्या हो रहा है?
Hurry! The place is collapsing!
It wants to trap us here.
Who's it? The Abyss?
Now we've taken the moon marrow. All that's left here is a dark will. It will show us no mercy.
भाग भाग भाई भाग।
Give it back! The Crimson House! My marrow! My heart!
खाना खुद बनाना पड़ेगा, ये नहीं होता। क्या बना ओ भाई।
Finally! Huh? Oh no! The exit's blocked! They're back! Now what do we do?
This is where you fall. Witness my rise.
आ गया आदमी।
What are you waiting for?
बचा दी फिर से, 2 बार बचा यार, थोड़ा बुरा लगता है। जैसा प्लेयर एकदम रैंडम खेलता है, उसका तुम लोग खेलते हो ना एक साथ, अच्छा है ना भाई, फ्रेंड काफी लोग ऐसा खेलता है, फ्रेंड लोग छोड़ दिया बट उसको खेलने का मन करता है।
Was that you, Arlecchino? Did you save us? Wait, your hands! They're...
Oh, this? Don't worry. It's a small price to pay. The Abyss wanted to trap you inside, and I defied its will by bringing you out. No wonder it's a little angry. No. I have paid the price, albeit a small one, and it cannot be undone. My hands have already fused with the Abyss. Purification would simply destroy whatever's left of them.
But surely... Oh... We're so sorry, Arlecchino.
As much as I'd like to call it a favor, the truth is I was simply holding up my end of the deal. Well, Columbina.
Yes, you did your part. And as promised, I will leave the iridescent moon's marrow in your care. From this day forth, may the two worlds' flames burn ever more brightly.
I'll take that as a
अच्छा तीनों मून
blessing.
मिल गया actually. Okay.
Now, Columbina, give me your hand. Accept this moonlight I offer in return.
मैं तो रैंडम हमेशा खेलता हूँ क्लैन बैटल के टाइम। नाइस नाइस ऐसा एक और बंदा खोजना पड़ेगा। एक तो बंदा तीनों मून ओ पावर आ गया।
Feeling stronger?
Hey, Columbina, are you okay?
I'm fine. Our powers are a little at odds, that's all.
By the Frost Moon's authority alone, wielding the power of the other moons was always going to be a stretch. Still, I think it's fair to say that your strength has returned, at least to the level it was at as Third Harbinger.
It's still not enough. There's no way I can hope to challenge Rayrear like this. Just one more ray of moonlight, if you would. It's okay. I can take it.
अब जाके
How about now? Fighting fit?
At the very least, I won't have to stay hidden like before. I want to see him gone from Notcry. The Rayhear of Solnari and his wild hunt must be sent back where they belong.
Well, it's good to have something to aim for. You certainly seem more alive now than you did earlier. When I first met you, you didn't strike me as a ray of moonlight. More like a wisp of fog drifting in from who knows where, ready to scatter at the first sign of a
requirement रख
breeze.
लीजिए। 2-3 क्लैन बैटल आ गया तो हमारा क्लैन बैटल में डोमिनेट करेगा। मेरा भी कुछ टीममेट मिल जाए तो मेरे साथ आप क्लैन रिक्वायरमेंट रख लीजिए। 2-3 वही करना पड़ेगा, थोड़ा सा ऊपर करना पड़ेगा। कैसे पता
But
चलेगा
now,
क्लैन बैटल?
You're full of vitality, just like the Frost Moon, once the brightest of them all. May you keep shining, Columbina. This is who you are.
Thank you. Look after yourself too, Arlecchino. I know you have plans of your own, and that's why you're always seeking to grow stronger. But whatever you're after, don't let the Abyss take a hold of you. I do not wish to see you go down the same path as Rayrear.
I appreciate the concern, Columbina. Although perhaps it's time you took a new name.
A new name?
Kutar, the Moon Maiden, Columbina. They're nothing more than code names. They describe who she is and the roles she's played, but they're not her real name. We often use code names in the House of the Hearth, too. But it's knowing your real name that keeps you grounded. Up till now, you've been living a wandering life, so you've probably never really cared. All I'll say is this. Once you've defeated Rayrear, give it some thought.
तो फोन का स्क्रीन सब कैसे होता है? फोन का स्क्रीन सब अच्छा ही होता है, बट वही है ना कि जो गर्मी का टाइम जो हीट होता है ना वो थोड़ा सा दिक्कत देता है, ज्यादा हीट होता है थोड़ा सा। इसमें वैसे कुछ ज्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ता अगर डिस्कशन काफी लोग लगाते हैं। गर्मी का टाइम
All
थोड़ा सा
right.
दिक्कत होता है अगर
That's it
गेम
from
खेलते
me.
होता है, बाकी
I'll get
नॉर्मल
you
यूजर
back
से तो कोई
safely
दिक्कत
first, then go meet up with Sandrone.
नहीं। नेक्स्ट प्राइस पर कौन सा है, मैं नाम भूल गया एक्चुअली। 30 तारीख को आ रहा, 30 जनवरी। नाम देखना पड़ेगा कोच के ऊपर क्या जो था। एक सेकंड नाम लिख लेते हैं, थोड़ा रुक जाओ, थोड़ा रुक जाओ। उसका नाम है द किंग ऑफ फाइटर, कोई एनिमे है द किंग ऑफ फाइटर्स, देख लो कोच के सर्च मिल जाएगा।
You're the best!
I appreciate the gesture. It speaks to your good character. Anyway, let's get going. There are more urgent things to do right now than trade compliments.
चलो आवाज आया वापस, मेरे को एक पसंद आया था सो लगा लो। हाँ तुम तो उसमें सब कुछ नहीं खेलते।
But we got the iridescent moon's marrow and restored.
यार इसको खोलना पड़ेगा, कम्युनिटी पोस्ट में रख लीजिए। प्लेयर लेवल डेली एक्टिव।
Mission accomplished.
ठीक है, तो अब मेरे को थोड़ा क्लैन का साफ सफाई करने दो पहले, कुछ दिन बाद करते हैं। वही करना पड़ेगा कम्युनिटी पोस्ट, नहीं तो वीडियो में बोलना, वीडियो में तो भूल जाते हैं। खोलना पड़ेगा पहले। अच्छा आइडिया दिया, तैयार पहले क्लाइंट का तो सफाई करना पड़ेगा, जो इनएक्टिव है और आता नहीं है तो अपने दोस्त लोग को नहीं हटाएंगे, वो भले ही इनएक्टिव हो, उसको एक घर तो रहना ही चाहिए वैसे। हेल्थ बढ़ा लेते हैं, फाइट उठ होने लग गया तो फिर दिक्कत हो जाएगा, तो फाइट तो भी होगा नहीं।
Rise like smoke.
एवेंजर दूसरे प्राइस पैक में आएगा क्या? नहीं नहीं, तो ये कोई फाइटर वोटर अभी तो नहीं आएगा ना, अभी उसका नहीं पता 4.3 अपडेट का। सेनपाई कितना दिन बाद आया भाई हमको लगा अनसब्सक्राइब चल गया, हमको लगा बड़ा इंसान बन गया प्रो मैक्स लेने के बाद।
Do you think the others are making good progress? Hope it's all going smoothly.
कब से लाइव कर रहे हैं? 2 दिन से।
Made it back as well. Flintz, Llama, how did it all go?
All is well, thank you. Nefer and Yehoda had to stay at the curatorium to wrap things up, so they won't be joining us for now.
उस दिन भी लाइव नहीं।
I ran into Miss Anefa and Miss Aino on the way back. Their work is still in progress, so I suspect they won't be back for a while either.
You seem rather cheerful
इतना
today,
खोलने
Mr.
क्या कर रहा
Flintz.
भाई, दुकान खोल रहा क्या? अभी न्यूज़ में दिखाइए बस। अरे यार हम लोग का इधर भी हुआ था पास में, एक बच्ची के ऊपर कैसे बोले, ब्रेक लगा के हैंड ब्रेक लगा के चल गया था बस को स्लोप में, पीछे गाड़ी खड़ा था, खड़ा था, लड़की थी 16 साल की, उसका पीछे एक बच्ची थी, उसका ऊपर चढ़ गया, बस हैंड ब्रेक से हट, खत्म हो गया। पीछे वाला बच्ची ठो नहीं पता, बच्ची नहीं यूज करते, यूज करने के लिए नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आता। बहुत दिन लाइव नहीं किया ना, धीरे धीरे जाएगा। मैं बोला ही इसको। अभी कैसे आया तुम अचानक? ऐसा खोज के आया कि कुछ दिखा? बहुत ही इजी मिशन रहता है ऐसे क्लैन मिशन जिसका कौन सा?
I certainly am. I achieved what I set out to do and came away with more than I bargained for. Fighting alone can get quite tedious, but I had the good fortune to run into a pair of brave young warriors.
We meet again. How have you been?
Albedo! What are you doing here?
Thankfully, tracking you down turned out to be a lot simpler than we envisaged.
कहाँ इतना फोन है? OnePlus, iPhone, Samsung, इतना जल्दी जल्दी इतना सारा फोन? अरे हाँ, हम भी सुने थे वो पीछे थोड़े थे। हाँ, बहुत गंदा। हाँ, दो फोन लिया। ऑरेंज वाला फोन जानता ही है भाई। रुक जा भाई, वेडनेसडे तक क्यों?
These two courageously lent me a hand while I was fighting the wild hunt. When they told me they were Servarka's colleagues, it all made sense. And given how people of outstanding talent tend to cross paths, it's no wonder you're already acquainted.
So, who's your travel buddy, Albedo?
Why don't you come and introduce yourself?
Yeah.
A gentleman of few words, I see. And a rather stern countenance. I presumed you were acquainted with him. Is that not the case?
It's nice to meet you. Again, we've technically met before.
Wait a sec! You're
Winnie
Durin!
वेडनेसडे कल में वेडनेसडे पे अपडेट आ रहा है, नेक्स्ट अपडेट ये जो आ रहा है। भाई हाँ, इसीलिए तुम कर रहे, धीरे धीरे कर रहे। कल एक तो कि आज तो सेकंड वाला कर, मेरे पास भी 3 था, अब 2 है। 3 भी नहीं, 2 भी नहीं है आपके पास, अभी 0 है आपके पास। कोई सही मांग ले, आपको देना पड़ेगा।
That's right.
मजा आ रहा है कि नए कैरेक्टर दे।
I'm glad to see you again.
By the way, he says it's okay if you drop the mini.
Yeah, I'm not as mini as I used to be.
Interesting, isn't it? The first step towards blending into human society appears to be reflecting on whether one's name really reflects who they are.
Wow! You look so different! In a good way, of course. It's great to see you looking so healthy.
Thank you, Paimon. And although you're as mini as ever, I understand that diminutives don't always convey endearment. I'll be sure to simply call you Paimon, as a sign of my great respect for you.
Wow! You're such a smooth talker now. Paimon could get used to this. From now on, you may refer to her as your esteemed guide, Paimon.
200 damage in arcade mode. Most people quickly match लगा देता है, मगर उसमें कोई रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं होता तो एनिमी के हाथ गना गया मिशन वेस्ट, मगर वॉर मोड में रिस्पॉन्ड होता ही इसे। हाँ, वो तो सही है। मैं भी वॉर मोड खेलता है, वॉर मोड हम भी खेलते कुछ मतलब मिशन के लिए ना, ऐसे मज़े आते हैं पुराने गाने के, इसलिए फ़ोन से कोई मतलब नहीं है, बस कैमरा चाहिए अगर जो भी है। अब क्या डेली करोगे या 2 स्ट्रीम करके करेंगे? बताएंगे नहीं, कुछ चीज़ें बताएंगे नहीं, इस बार हम करने की कोशिश कर रहे, इससे पहले हम बोल नहीं रहे, कैसा चलेगा देखना। इसलिए पहले से कोई कमिटमेंट नहीं, 2026 में बस होगा, अब देखते जाना।
Personally, I think our little Paimon is the perfect size. When people call her Little Paimon, it's just because she's so adorable that they can't help themselves. If that's not a sign of endearment, what is?
You're absolutely right, Miss Lauma. My brother still has a long road ahead of him when it comes to understanding human relationships.
Anyway, speaking of long journeys, didn't Kutar... sorry, Columbina, leave with you? How come she isn't back yet?
She's been catching up with old friends. Wouldn't be surprised if she stopped for a cup of tea or 10 on the way back.
26 में कमबैक होगा. कमबैक का नहीं, लाइव स्ट्रीम की बात कर रहे. कमबैक तो होते ही रहेगा. अरे तुम स्ट्रीम नहीं करते तो गुस्सा आता, स्ट्रीम करते फिर भी गुस्सा आता. तुम्हें गुस्सा ही आता है.
People are talking about me. Hope it's nothing negative.
भाई पार्टी कब दे रहा? तुम इतना दो फोन ले रहा है, कुछ तो बताओ, कुछ रीजन. और रीजन तो कुछ भी हो सकता है लेने का. 2 फोन, एक फोन तुम समझ आ रहे कि गेम खेलना है, हाई लेवल गेम, ऑब्वियसली इतना सारा खेलता है, ग्राफिक्स नेक्स्ट लेवल चाहिए, अब फेस भी.
Judging from your
OnePlus अपने लिए कि
expressions,
दूसरे
I'm
के?
guessing it all went well?
It's getting crowded here. I'll go grab some chairs.
No need. This is a job for an alchemist. I'll whip some up momentarily.
Thank you for your hospitality, ladies and gentlemen, but I was merely escorting my friends back. I'll be meeting Sandrone shortly, as we still have some things to discuss. It's been a pleasure, everyone. But this is where I'll say goodbye.
We really appreciate your help.
Oh, come on. Spare the formalities. I'm just glad I could help out some true friends.
I understand. Well, bye for now, Harlequino.
सोचना तो चाहिए. एकदम सही स्प्रे. यार मेरा 14+ चोरी हो गया. चोरी तुमसे? तुम तो लोगों का वार्ड लगा देना, तुमसे चोरी हो जा रहा. हाथ से छीन के ले गया. हाथ से छीन के लेके गया. इतना कहाँ भाई इतना?
Oh, this place is hopping. It's probably a good thing one of us left. Otherwise, we might not fit all these people in.
Are you saying we're about to run out of chairs?
As a matter of fact, I am. Come on in and see for yourself.
कोई आया है क्या? इस अपडेट से पहले वीकेंडी हाइप. इस अपडेट का वीकेंडी हाइप मैचिंग नहीं जाता है. अब अपडेट के बाद खत्म हो जाएगा. अरे एक वो भी है क्या? नाइस. ट्रैक करके फोन मिल.
I overheard your little chit-chat outside, by the way. With Miss Columbina's colleague
मिला कैसे
gone, we
तुमको
should be
चोर
back
से?
to the original
मैंने
crew
मिला
plus
कैसे?
the other colleagues I brought in. Though it looks like we have another new face. Someone else managed to rope in a colleague too?
Frankly, you and Paimon are the only people I know here.
This here is Deansliff, colleague of Tibet's greatest guide, Paimon, and greatest adventurer, the Traveler. Well, not exactly colleagues, more sort of friends.
When someone else jumps in to do the announcing, you know you're speaking to someone important.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Note to self. Once Paimon knows your name, the rest of the world will soon follow.
When he comes looking for us, it's usually something important. Paimon's guessing you've heard about the Wild Hunt, then.
From the looks of it, you're about to hold a meeting. If I were to say that the Wild Hunt is our mutual enemy, would that earn me a seat at the table?
As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mr. Dainsliff, there's a seat with your name on it. Though, I can't promise the same for everyone else. Hey, Albedo, think you can rustle up a couple more chairs?
बहुत होता है, बहुत ज़्यादा. बाहर में मतलब क्या ही करेगा? Prove that the is in the search of a gold he got. सही बात है.
After all this time
अरे
apart,
दादी का डॉक्टर
Grandmaster Varka's first order is to rustle up a couple more chairs.
बोलो मुश्किल टाइम पे लोग कैसा कैसा लोग हैं. हाँ.
Is he being sarcastic?
बोलो. हॉस्पिटल लेके जा रहा है, कोई काम में जा रहा है, इम्पोर्टेंट चीज फोन ही होता है. कैश लेके कोई घूमता है आज के टाइम में? फोन में ज्यादा रहता है, कार्ड्स भी नहीं रखता, वही फोन चोरी हो।
I've still got a lot to learn about the nuances of human conversation. Trying to decipher Albedo's way of speaking has been like jumping in at the deep end.
Oh, good point. Paimon gets you now. Don't sweat it. There are people who go their whole lives without getting the hang of it. You're ahead of the game already.
I wonder what's taking Nefer so long.
Perhaps you should go and check in with her. If anyone can hurry her along, it's you.
I just got back from the curatorium. Besides, aren't you curious to see what's taking her so long?
Miss Nefer doesn't strike me as the type to share secrets. And since gathering intel is her specialty, I'm guessing she'd prefer to keep her methods confidential.
मेरे पास भी नहीं रहता है। कीचड़ में गाड़ रखा था आईफोन, इसीलिए कर दिया वो सीन गाड़ दिया। तो बोलो, कैश तो रहता ही नहीं है। मैंने घर आके अच्छा सा फोन धोया, बेच दिया। ठीक है, 9 जिंदा हुआ फोन 29 के मिल गया तुमको। आपको लगता है विजय घोस्ट राइडर कोलैबोरेशन कुछ भी आ सकता है? वो लोग गेम को ऊपर करने के लिए कुछ भी कोलैबोरेशन कर सकते हैं। बड़ा कंपनी लोग से कोलैब भी कर लेते हैं, बड़े कंपनी दूसरा। छोटे कंपनी लोग को थोड़ा दिक्कत होता है कोलैबोरेशन में, क्योंकि कोलैबोरेशन में हमेशा विन विन सिचुएशन दोनों पार्टी का होना चाहिए। तो बड़े कंपनी के साथ कोई बड़े हो जाता है कोलैबोरेशन। अरे भाई वन प्लस का फोन इतना मस्त है, क्या बताओ। इसका यूआई इतना मस्त है। लो वन प्लस का एक जन और तारीफ कर लिया, उधर स्प्रे भी वन प्लस का बात ही कर रहा था। ऑन हुआ था। चलो।
Under such circumstances, would it not be tactless for me to impose?
Oh, but it's fine for me to impose.
What can I say? You have an unrivaled ability to garner people's affection, Miss Moonchanter. Besides, you have far more in common with her than I do.
All right then.
Impressive. She barely fought back at all. I admire your powers of persuasion, my friend.
As I'm sure Miss Lauma will realize soon enough, the trick in life is to always pitch in with other people's responsibilities so that you can be selective with your own.
Another trick is to simply hide in the background.
Spoken like a true sage.
Anyway, looks like we've got some time to kill before the meeting. Let's take a little breather, folks. And feel free to chat amongst yourselves. We'll get down to business once the other two arrive.
मैं तो आईको 15 लिया था और मैं शादी से एक दिन पहले आया था। ओके भाई, मेरे को गाली दे दो चलेगा, वन प्लस कुछ नहीं बोलता। हाँ, इन पे आ जाऊंगा। ये भी ठीक है, वैसे नथिंग से तो नहीं। नाइस। मैं तो सही में चाहता हूँ कि घोस्ट राइडर कोलैबोरेशन भाई दे देगा लोग।
Truth be told, I can't remember the last time I was in a meeting with so many people.
You're not alone there, my friend. The Lightkeepers also struggle to bring everyone together for a serious discussion.
I don't doubt that. I've only ever met two Retniki, one being you, and the other being that young guy, Eatlua.
Eatlua is a good apple. I'll give him that. He's kind, honest, and regularly delivers supplies to my lighthouse.
पॉज करके रखे
A
ऊपर।
true
बात
Radnik
कर
to
रहे
the
तो
core.
पॉज कर रहे हूँ।
In that sense, he
ऑटो
puts
प्ले
me to
नहीं किए।
So
क्योंकि
you're
बहुत
what?
दिन हो गया ना,
A
थोड़ा
fake
समझना पड़ेगा।
Radnik?
हाँ, ओके
That's
ओके।
what it sounds like you're saying. But I get the feeling that's not quite what you meant.
एक घंटा में तो खत्म हो जाएगा। हाँ, मैं मन उठ गया फोन वगैरह से हो जाता है यार। मेरा को एक गेम का स्किन उसकी से थोड़ा उठ गया कि बहुत दिन हो गया है ना। सबका हो जाता है एक टाइम को।
Come on, why the awkward silence?
Sorry. I'm not even gonna bother trying to hide it. You've known all along, haven't you, my friend? Now that was an awkward silence.
Let's just keep this between ourselves. Probably best if Eloa doesn't know, huh?
That goes without saying. Gotta be careful what you share with youngsters, after all.
Anyone else in the know?
अरे
Let me
कवर
guess.
खत्म नहीं होगा।
The Traveler and Paimon?
नहीं होगा ये वाला पार्ट। ओके।
It's dangerous being too sharp for one's own good, you know.
ये वाला पार्ट नहीं होगा। ये वाला क्वेश्चन।
Then, in the name of the
देखो
Animal
already
Archon Barbados himself,
already 3 घंटा हो
I
गया।
swear, your
देखते
secrets.
हैं। 10 बजे तक मैक्सिमम।
When we went for drinks, you said that you and Barbados were practically best buds. In the light of that claim, do you really expect me to take your oath seriously?
Of course. Just as long as you don't go spreading around the fact that I'm close with
Walking नहीं लेता
Barbados,
है।
all right?
कॉलम बिना स्पिन नहीं करना है, तो पुल नहीं करना।
Fair enough then.
Is there something you'd like to say to me?
Yeah! For starters, why'd you just show up here without even giving us a heads up?
If you think back to our previous interactions, you may recall that that's hardly out of character for me.
ये क्वेश्चन ये देख के तो लग रहा है बिल्ड हो रहा है पूरा प्लेटफॉर्म। ठीक है, धीरे धीरे करेंगे। नेक्स्ट लाइव इसको खत्म कर देंगे।
Oh yeah, you'll need to find somewhere to stay the night too, right?
मंडे को करेंगे फिर।
Want to tag along with us? You never know. We might get a group discount.
Sure, let's do that.
45-50 फुल गारंटी। अब उम्र भी हो रहा है, बुढ़े होते जा रहा हो तो जोड़ों पे है दर्द रहता है। 25 साल कितना 26 साल का ना 25 साल इतना भी बूढ़ा थोड़ी हुआ।
And in return, we can get Dainslift to be our very own personal bodyguard.
If that's what you had in mind, you should have said so sooner. I'd be happy to help.
Oh, okay then. Paimon was only kidding, but good to know. Anyway, since we're all here together,
क्यों?
we might as well watch each other's backs. That's just what friends do, right?
Indeed. Thank you.
You're both awfully quiet. Why don't I start us off with an icebreaker?
Much obliged.
Have either of you ever had your portrait painted? If not, I'd be glad to help.
वैसे हम
That sounds like a lovely
देखे हैं।
idea.
भेजो भेजो।
You know how to paint then?
I dabble occasionally.
He's an excellent painter. Tables, chairs, people, dragons, you name it. He'll paint it for you.
पहले खेल खत्म करो। 50 अच्छा अच्छा बात नहीं करूँगा ऐसे दे दो।
I'm flattered.
If I ever get the chance, I'd like to give it a try myself.
I'll bear that in mind. Anyway, how about you, Durin? What sort of portrait would you prefer?
Oh, I'd be fine with anything. Whatever style feels best to you.
Very well. Then I'll play it by ear.
You can replicate any style I want?
I can try. If you show me a sample, I'll do my best to match it.
Thank you. In that case, I'll dig up some reference material for you.
मैं M4 के लिए 2 करंट लूंगा पशु का परचेस। अभी टाइम है, मैं एक वीडियो डाला था दो कुछ दिन पहले, मैं भूल भी गया। उसमें तो बोला भी था अभी काफी टाइम है, मैं बना दूंगा वीडियो। डोंट वरी, अपडेट के बाद जैसे भी जब अपडेट आ जाएगा उसके बाद ही मैं बनाऊंगा। मैं बनाया था 1-2 दिन कुछ, कौन सा वीडियो ऐसे तो खोजना भी दिक्कत है। ठीक है मैं देख के बताता हूँ, अभी टाइम है बस। भेजा डिस्कॉर्ड में। वाह ये मस्त लग रहा है लुक एकदम। ये जो फोन का जो एजेस है ना मस्त लग रहा है। 13 आवर नाइस। आपको लगता है जो रिटर्न रिवॉर्ड में आएगा वो फिर से
Miss Nefer, you made it after
बाद आएगा
all.
जरूर। वो लोग को घुमा फिरा के लाना ही है।
But what about Yehoda?
I'm here to give you an update on how things are going on our end. Once this is over, I'll be heading straight back to continue my work. I left Yehoda back at the curatorium to watch over things while I'm gone.
Huh. So much for just this once.
Shh! Not so loud! We're on a roll here. What if she remembers and suddenly decides to back out?
Did you say something, Mr. Varka?
Huh? I didn't say anything. Right, Flints?
Must have been a frog. They get so noisy around here at nighttime. It's like they're putting on a concert in the background.
Anyway, before we begin, there's a few introductions to make. Let me start by saying that it's an honor to be speaking before so many distinguished colleagues and collaborators.
भूल तो भाई भूल से तो मेरा भी मेन रोड में ही है बट हाईवे नहीं है नॉर्मल रोड ही है बट धूल है मेरा भी आता है बट स्टिल गेम तो ज़्यादा ऑप्टिमाइज iOS में ही iOS में तो ऑप्टिमाइज रहेगा.
First up, we have Miss Lauma. As Moon Chanter, she's the leader of the Frost Moon Scions, a local religious community in Nodcry. Then there's Miss Nefer, boss of the Curatorium of Secrets, an intel gatherer extraordinaire. Nefer is leading the investigation into Rerer's background, assisted by Yehoda and Lauma. From the little I've heard, they're making some great progress. Over here, we have Mr. Flintz, a ratnik and guardian of the abandoned lighthouse. In our last operation, he courageously distracted the Wild Hunt to buy time for the rest of us. For those of you who've never met, this is Mr. Albedo, a renowned alchemist and captain of the Knights of Favonius investigation team. By his side is a new face for us all, myself included, Mr. Durin, who has come to lend his aid. Next up, we have the Moon Maiden and former Fatui Harbinger, Miss Columbina.
इंट्रोड्यूस कर एक करके क्या ये कि मैं M4 का ग्लाइडर या आउटफिट है डीच कर रहा था मेरे को डीच हाँ तो कर सकता है देख लेना सोच के मेरा यहाँ सही है.
Then we have the Traveler, who's earned more titles than I could possibly hope to list out, so I'll spare you the rundown. And Paimon, the ultimate travel companion and quite possibly the best guide in all of Tevat.
Wow! That's a lot of people! Great turnout!
Miss Nefer, it looks like you might have another job coming your way, so, congratulations on the booming business, I guess.
You think I haven't got enough on my hands as it is? Who's looking for me now?
That would be me, Miss Nefer. I have a commission for you.
And you are?
Who I am doesn't matter right now. What does matter is that I'd like you to gather more intelligence about the Rehir of Solnari.
Well, it's not as if we never take on anonymous commissions. But in your case, I'll have to decline. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say your job's probably more hassle than it's worth. Something about you seems like bad news.
It's my eyes, isn't it?
Conrian, I assume. And what's with the mask? Are you trying to hide your identity? In any case, the fact that you're even still alive raises an awful lot of questions for me.
My name is Dainsleif. And yes, I am from Conria. As I'm sure you're aware, the Rehir of Solnari's real name is Rerir. He was once an acquaintance of mine.
Really? Then you must have been quite an influential figure yourself.
You flatter me, but none of that matters anymore. My point was simply to clarify why I have asked Miss Nefer to investigate Rerir's background.
So you're both from Conria, and it sounds like you used to be friends? What am I missing here? Surely you already know how he became one of the Five Sinners.
हाँ वो तो है बट तुम उस पे नहीं नया वाला में नहीं जा रहा क्या?
I'll tell you everything I know. The history of Conria, the names and identities of the Five Sinners. I remember it all like it was yesterday. I have never spoken openly of this before. But the truth was exactly as people say. The Five Sinners were each driven by their own desires, And it was by playing upon these that the Abyss tempted them to their fall, tearing Conriau apart in the process. The visionary, Vedafenir, who wished to foretell the future. The wise, Haroptatir, who sought limitless knowledge.
मस्त लग रहा हम जीरो वेजल हाँ वो तो है मस्त लग रहा मजाक सबसे बेस्ट फोन पकड़ा हुआ है तुम वर्ल्ड का कैसा फील होता है कैसा चलता है
Gold, Rhindaughter,
फर्स्ट लव को तो
who
सुना
desired to create life.
फर्स्ट लव कौन है भाई
The foul, Sertologi,
Welcome,
who pursued
Omar.
supreme strength. And last, but not least, Raker of Solnari, Rerir, Ravager of the Moon. Of the five, Rerir is the only one who remains a mystery to me. He never harbored grand ambitions. So what changed in the space of a single night? How did he come to fall like the others?
In other words, you're saying that his change came as a shock to you, and you have no idea what actually happened?
That's right.
You mentioned how the Abyss tempted them, which led to their fall. But what did that look like in practice? And what other context can you give me about the events of that time? The more detail you can give me, the better.
Strangely, now that it comes to it, I hardly know where to begin. The fateful night took place during the era of the Eclipse Dynasty. One day, my elder brother, the visionary, Vedafenir, was summoned to the palace by the Vinster King, only for the king to gouge out his eyes and cast him into the dungeons.
अभी ने अभी एक्चुअली टेस्ट नहीं होगा वो तो आने तो समर अप्रैल मई में हाँ उस टाइम अगर अच्छा चल गया तो समझना कूल है और कोलकाता में तो और ज़्यादा गर्मी पड़ता है पता है क्या फोन हीट करने के लिए
When I came to hear
high
this,
graphics
my fury knew no bounds. I gathered together every ally I thought I had, and together we set a night to storm the palace and free Ved. Centuries on, the memories of that night still haunt me like a never-ending nightmare. We broke through the palace gates, just like we had planned, each striking towards our separate targets. But then, I was betrayed. Even Vedafenir, the very person I had come to rescue, abandoned me and partook of the Abyss's power.
So, it's personal after all. Then tell me, Mr. Dainsleif, what price are you willing to pay? You, of all people, must know that nothing comes for free.
I cannot say what price would be worthy of such a commission. But know this. Rerir was not always a madman. Believe it or not, there was a time when he was just an ordinary man, working for the Conrian Intelligence Service. Uncovering the truth of Rerir's past is the only way to unravel this mystery. But before you decide if you will accept my commission, I will tell you more about him. Enough, I hope, to help you plan your next move.
Sounds pretty good to me. Feels like we just flagged down a random passerby, only to discover he's actually a master strategist who has a score to settle with our enemy.
Can I borrow your halo? It could be useful in the lighthouse.
Hey, enough with the wisecracks! Besides, isn't that lamp of yours bright enough already?
Relax. It was meant to be a compliment. If that was a little over the top for your liking, I'll make sure to tone it down next time.
तो अच्छा चलेगा मेरे को लग रहा है इसलिए तो बोल इस फोन में बैटरी भी इतना खत्म ही नहीं होता
I'll give you
बचा के रखना
proposals
वो ले
some
कोई भाग ना
serious
जाए
thought,
भाई
Mr.
हालत खराब हो जाए
Dainsleif. Let's speak in private once the meeting is over.
Before that, there's a few things I'd like to share.
ल्यूमिन बोली है इतने दिन बाद
Now that we've united the hearts of the three moons, your power should be greatly enhanced. But it seems like that hasn't happened yet.
I believe it will take a little longer. You've done so much for me, so I want to be completely honest with you all. Even though I'm doing a lot better now, the truth is, my recovery will likely be an ongoing process. From the moment I was born, my power has been slowly ebbing away. And that is because Tevat has never accepted me. Even with the moons united as one, it seems my rejection cannot be undone. So far, I have yet to find a solution. It may turn out to be a problem that will plague me until the day I finally leave this place behind.
लगा दिया जिसके पे हमें हारेगा. इंडिया का भी तो चल रहा ना. Women's Premier League WP.
Even so,
8 people वाला रे.
I will do everything in my power to help you drive out the Ray here of
किसा
Solnari.
मेरा वाला post में.
As Arlecchino put it, this is not about chasing the spoils of victory. It's just a gesture of heartfelt gratitude.
हाँ देख लिया ना.
Kutar.
अरे भाई को तो मैं WP है. वो टेलीग्राम.
Defeating the Ray here of Solnari will be no easy task. While my strength slowly recovers, we'll also need to gather more intel.
Naturally. We should take all the help we can get if we hope to defeat him.
We've considered several viable plans now, but our choice hinges on the answers to a few key questions. Is it even possible to kill Rerir? What experiences shaped the person or monster he became? And what's he really after? Given Albedo's expertise in alchemy, I think we should leave him to try and answer the first of these questions.
Understood.
As for the other two, I'm afraid we'll have to count on you again, Miss Nefer. Believe me when I say it's not my wish to burden you. But right now, relying on your skills is our only option.
So you're placing all your hopes on me, huh?
We can't thank you enough for agreeing to help us. Honestly, I can hardly believe how lucky we are.
You sure have a talent for changing your tune, Miss Moonchanter. Timid like Yehoda one moment, then flinches insincere flattery the next.
Ladies, please. I must object to your portrayal of me. That's all. Feel free to keep bickering. Just pretend I'm not here.
I almost don't want to leave this room. I'm curious to see how this plays out.
I have faith in you, Miss Nefer. Something tells me you'll stand by us until the very end.
Oh? And what makes you so sure of that? What if I suddenly decide that my compensation is insufficient?
This isn't about the money. I can sense that you've got a deep-seated distaste for Rerir. And knowing you, that alone is motive enough.
Look at them getting along so well. Like two peas in a pod.
And I'm the one they accuse of insincere flattery. There is no justice.
Miss Lauma, you have to understand something. Unlike you, I don't actually enjoy having everyone's hopes on my shoulders.
Is that right? Well, maybe the fact that I'm willing to put my hopes in other people says more about me than you. But the fact is, I also trust you. And that's because I know that you're someone we can count on.
Anyway, we've got our plan, so let's get moving. Mr. Dainsleif, let's talk. And Traveler, Once we're finished, if you've nothing else planned, I'd like you to come with me.
This whole experience is teaching me a lot. For instance, I now know that when other issues come up in the future, I'll have far more luck getting Lauma to convince Miss Nefer than trying to do it myself.
Hate to say it, friend, but that's one of the funniest things I've heard in a while.
Why? You think I've got it wrong?
Quite the opposite. But what makes it so hilarious is how long it's taken you to realize.
मजे ही बना दे।
Thank you for waiting.
अरे भाई इतना टफ क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया। चलो मैं तुमको थोड़ा सा आइडिया दे देता हूँ। देखो अगर तुम M4 को निकालते साथ 3-4 लेवल तुरंत कर सकते हो तो तुम नया वाला ले लो, क्योंकि उसमें थोड़ा कम मटेरियल लगेगा अभी जैसा, फिर बाद में ज़्यादा मटेरियल लगेगा अगर मटेरियल के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखेगा तो। ठीक है, फिर अगर तुमको साउंड इफेक्ट का कुछ लेना देना नहीं है तो टाइगर पे भी जा सकते हो, टाइगर भी काफ़ी अच्छा है। बाकी तुम देख लो, इससे ज़्यादा मैं क्या बोलूँ, क्योंकि मेरे को पूरा मॉडल देखना पड़ेगा। थोड़ा बहुत अभी आ गया आइडिया, बट रात में देखता हूँ भूत वाला सीरीज, रात में ही मजा ना।
We actually used the time to help Dainsleif get a room at the hotel.
That's very considerate of you. Now, I trust you share my curiosity about Rarier's past, and you seem fairly familiar with Mr. Dainsleif already. We spoke at some length after the meeting. He was the one who suggested I should invite you to join this operation. He feels confident that these secrets will be safe with you.
Dane has a lot of faith in us, that's for sure.
Likewise. I appreciate that you got right on board without interrogating me about why I invited you. It shows that you trust me to explain everything in due course.
That's because we know what you're capable of. We appreciate you too, Nefer. You might have been forced to help in the beginning, but this time, it was your choice.
That's one way to put it. Another is this, that one— Alright, so here's how it is. I'm going to access Rarier's thoughts again using my confidential method. Now, I'm sure you've seen things like this before on your travels, so you're surely well aware of how dangerous it can be. The reason I've gathered you all here is to ensure my safety during the proceedings. I plan for us to enter the fragment of his consciousness together, and once inside, I will focus on searching for information. Think of this as a diving expedition into someone's brain. If I'm the diver, you are my safety equipment, tasked with keeping me alive while I'm under the surface. Once the ceremony begins, we will all be spying on privileged information. But in the interests of safety, you must remain absolutely silent at all times. We will discuss our observations after the ceremony has concluded. Lastly, any individuals of a weaker constitution are advised not to partake in the ceremony. In any case, Paimon has her own job to do, which requires staying in the room but not joining the ceremony.
Well, good luck, everyone. Sounds like all Paimon can do is cross her fingers and root for you guys.
There's a little more to it than that. I was being serious when I said you have a job to do. While the rest of us are inside Rarier's mind, it's imperative that we have a team member on the outside.
बस वही मैं बोलूँगा, क्योंकि अभी जैसे जैसे आएगा आगे बढ़ेगा अपडेट आएगा तो हम लोग वीडियोस में मेरा दिखेगा कि तुमको वीडियो दिखेगा कि ये टाइगर ऐसा है, तो हम लोग को थोड़ा वीडियो में उस तरह का बोलना पड़ता है, बट अपना डिसीजन पे ये रहना, स्टिक रहना, बस नहीं बोलूँगा। वैसे मैं कोशिश करूँगा दोनों का बता देना डिफरेंस एक वीडियो बनाने का, बट वही बोला हमारी टीम तगड़ा है इधर। हाँ मैं देखा
In
था।
the event that something goes wrong, you will be our first responder. I don't anticipate any issues, but the extra level of safety will be greatly appreciated.
I second that. This is a dangerous operation here, and you're our whole rescue team. That's pretty much the most important job in the crew.
So, Paimon's like the lifeguard? Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, got it.
Good. Please, take a seat. We'll get started momentarily.
So, did Mr. Dainsliff tell you anything else?
He told me that he believes Rarier kept some big secrets in his life. He's not sure that they were the cause of his eventual downfall, but he's asked me to uncover what those secrets were all the same.
But surely you're not planning to go through with this, no matter the cost.
If you think that, you'd be overestimating me. I'm a businesswoman, not a mercenary. But I do have my own professional reasons for taking this job. You think I'd turn down the opportunity to get a first-hand glimpse into Conrian history? No chance.
Well, as long as you don't let morbid curiosity get in the way of safety concerns, we're good. We'll do whatever we can to help you.
You're such a killjoy.
All right, I'm good to go.
All set over here too.
Promise, Paimon, you'll be extra careful.
All right. Let your whole body relax. We're about to begin. Close your eyes.
तो लेवल 5 की कोई M4 है जो मिथिक फौज में रिडीम कर सके? नहीं, मिथिक फौज में M4 आने का चांसेस बहुत कम है। लेवल 5 के कोई M4 मेरे को याद नहीं लग रहा है। ये काफी खतरनाक क्वेश्चन पूछ ले, देखना पड़ेगा, मेरे को नहीं लग रहा है।
Could this be his office? Pretty standard setup. Bookshelves. According to Dainsliff, Rarier used to be an intelligence operative. Chances are there's plenty of top secret intel stashed away in this room. Is this where you keep your secrets, Rarier? Can't say I'm not looking forward to this. He looks even gloomier than last time. I wonder what's changed.
Today's files are in. Time to wade through them, just like usual. Male, 51. Occupation, cook. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Neutralized. This one should be archived under purged Female, 23. Occupation, office clerk. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has maintained frequent neutralized. Another one for purged targets. Sounds like she was that other man's daughter. Never mind. What's it got to do with me? Neutralized. Just another nobody for the... Come to think of it, I remember... Neutralized. Filed. I have no recollection of this girl. None whatsoever. She doesn't seem to be anyone important, but then again... Female, 13. Occupation, none. Orphan and confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has been observed making contact with other neutralized and... Filed. Neutralized and...
कितना लोग खा गया है?
Male. 6. Occupation, none. Orphan and confirmed Crimson Moon descendant.
It's funny, isn't it? Your job is becoming both harder and easier at the same time, depending on how you look at it. Sooner or later, the Crimson Moon descendants will be completely wiped out. But as their numbers dwindle, they become harder and harder to track down.
That's not how it is.
Fortunately, however, most of the able-bodied adults have already been taken care of. The remaining weaklings will be increasingly easy to deal with.
No! No. My job is to ensure the survival of the Eclipse Dynasty. And the only way to do that is by eliminating any and all potential threats. It's a perfectly legit... Every single one of my colleagues can attest to my fairness. And if my friends were aware of the facts, I know they'd back me up too. Assuming, of course, that they were aware of all the facts.
He looks even gloomier than last time.
Mr. Vedifalnir? It's been quite some time since...
Revier, I trust you're here because you have something important to discuss.
Forgive me. I wasn't tuning out, it's just, I noticed you didn't even phrase that as a question. As if you knew I was coming. Tell me, does someone in your position ever feel the need to ask questions at all?
It is indeed within my power to foresee certain things. Things like your arrival.
I was just thinking. It won't be long before I'll be inviting both you and Dane to my wedding.
That isn't a lie, but nor is it a fact as such. It's a wish, isn't it?
No fooling a prophet.
Ever since that day we met for drinks, I knew it was only a matter of time before you came looking for me.
Does it feel good?
I'm afraid the notions of good and bad fail to You fear my silence.
That's right.
The burden of prophecy.
So who exactly do you
Or rather, our king as he once was.
You're closer to his majesty than I am.
You say that as though it is to my
You are so wise and
You make a fair point. Very well then, let me offer you some advice. And I say this not as a prophet or a visionary, but simply as the brother of your friend. For many reasons, there is very little chance of your marriage ending in happiness. If happiness is what you seek, you should find another fiancé.
Hold on. There's that same black fog again. Could this...
Wait. Hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his face and learned his true identity. His name is Rayrir, and he claims to be one of the king's guards.
What did you say?
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double life as a brutal executioner.
Why are you telling me all of this now?
Simple. It's because I want you to kill him. You are the only person he would never suspect.
No, absolutely not. I would never dream of doing such a despicable thing.
So you'll just stand by and watch him slaughter us to the last? Do not forget that the blood of the Crimson Moon flows in your veins too.
The blood of the Crimson Moon? What does that matter now? The dynasty has long been dead and gone. You think that alone is reason enough for me to throw away everything I have?
Why wouldn't it be? You two were once a child of the Crimson Moon, just like me. Don't tell me you've never felt so much as a flicker of fury for the way we were trampled into the dust.
As long as you promise to abandon this pipe dream of restoring your dynasty, I can try to persuade him. Or have him persuade the Vinster King.
Persuade the Vinster King? Do you even know why he's so obsessed with hunting us down? Why he keeps trying to force us to hand over our secrets over and over again? Or why we refuse to give up on restoring the dynasty? The Vinster King. A blind fool. His eyes clouded by powers from beyond this world. A petty little man with a miser's heart. And he dares to sit upon the throne? Mark my words. Sooner or later, Conria will fall. And if you can't bring yourself to do it, so be it. Just you watch. It won't be long before calamity descends upon us all.
The Rayhir of Solnari. That really is quite a secret you've been keeping from me, Rayrir. But who am I to talk? Am I really any better? I've kept my own past a secret this whole time too. Love should be built on honesty. But ours was born from lies. And yet, is it really so wrong to hide things that would only make life harder? If we don't cover up the parts that no one else should see, how can we go on pretending to be normal? Vedifulnir must have known all this. And that's why he made his prophecy. In the end, nothing stays hidden forever. But I won't just sit by and watch this disaster unfold. I'll do everything in my power to protect what I cannot afford to lose. No matter who I have to face.
Huh? Was that Rayrir who just walked past the window? Doesn't it give you the chills that he still takes the same road to work every day? As if nothing ever happened.
Those people at the deli.
Enough already. They're clearly pretty taken by their own disguises, so just smile and play along. Pull the rug from under beasts like that?
Power girl,
and you'll risk having your throat torn out. Deli. They're talking.
But surely you can see he's not the man he pretends to be. So many have died already, and they say that the king's madness grows with each passing day. We're not going to survive this, are we? But why does it have to be this way? Do we really deserve to die just because of the blood that runs through our veins? Felindis, are you even listening?
जीएम से बात करके आ गया और ज्यादा ही देर नहीं हो गया
Sorry, Freether.
मैं भी अच्छा
My mind was off wandering.
Dinner done.
I heard you though.
बंद
You're
करेंगे
talking
वो भी
about what
ऑलमोस्ट
Rayrir
4 घंटा
said.
होने वाला है अब ये एक क्वेस्ट बहुत बड़ा है ना नियन
He's just following the king's orders. He's a secret agent, and it's his job to hunt down rebels and dissidents.
By the time you first met him, he'd already taken lives. Maybe he was using you from the very beginning.
No. Rerir has no idea I have anything to do with the Crimson Moon. My family are only distant relatives of the main lineage, and besides, my eyes are perfectly ordinary. Truth be told, apart from my teacher, pretty much no one knows I have any connection
मेरा तो
to
कुछ
any
नहीं
of it.
हुआ जाएंगे उस टाइम
It's
बंद
been a
कर
long time since my
बजे
family severed ties.
But as Orlog said, who could possibly talk sense into that raving lunatic of a king? No one—
I'll work something out. Trust me, I'm with you all. But for now, you need to keep yourselves hidden. Don't let anyone find you, anyone at all. Don't forget that Rerir is an Eclipse operative. You need to be extra careful when he's around. And when I am too. For now, don't come looking for me. And if anything happens to me, just act like we've never met.
If even you can't escape this, what hope do the rest of us have? But after all this time together, surely he wouldn't lay a hand on you.
I won't speak in his defense, nor can I give you a clear answer to that question. But I'll do everything I can to put an end to the— Here, hold on to this. If an opportunity to escape presents itself, take it. You'll be glad you took some spare change.
You call that change?
मैं जा रही हूँ
But what about you?
अच्छा आप लाइव स्ट्रीम करते हो ओके 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 बाय बाय
I've got a job, and there's still money coming in. But you can't go anywhere right now. Please think about yourself for once.
Another day, another round of assassination training.
Bye-bye,
Training grounds just
bye-bye.
beyond this
Thanks
hidden
for coming.
passageway.
When you kill a person, doesn't it bother you when you end up covered in their blood?
Why would it? Aren't we all just walking blood bags? Make sure you have a firm grip on the handle. Choose your angle well. Keep your movements light and brisk. And the prey won't sense a thing.
I know that. How about no one's ever died of at your hands?
I work clean. No traces.
It all adds up.
That doesn't make it open about the king just happens to need you right now. What if someday he doesn't?
That won't happen.
He's changed. Ever since he showed him the story of that power. In the beginning, he only had you take out a handful of enemies. But now,
The ones I've dealt with have always been guilty. And I've carried out my work flawlessly.
No more lies.
you know I tremendously accept your proposal, don't you? Was it because you didn't trust me? Or something?
No!
Valindis, do you still remember Orlog?
Orlog.
The boy who was pretending to sell flowers.
Yes, we did. What about him?
He was arrested 2 days ago. Chances are he's already dead. I just don't get it! After everything he's done, why do you still stand by him? Or does it mean nothing to you that people keep dying?
No, that's not... Just hear me out.
I need to go now, Thelindis. They're looking for us. If you ever need a place to hide, come find us.
Author Thelindis. Over the course of this week, the research object was subjected to interference for a total of 47 hours for experimental purposes. All subjects of observation that were sent inside have now... The situation within is proving more problematic than anticipated. No progress whatsoever. What now? Won't you... Things are getting worse by the day. I have to find a way or we'll all be in danger. But if all this research comes to nothing, what then? Sooner or later, it'll be my neck on the line. But could he really bring himself to kill me? No. Surely he wouldn't have the heart.
Hello, Rohit. क्या हालचाल?
Why won't you just let us go? We don't even know each other. All we want is to live ordinary, peaceful lives.
You want to live?
अभी तक लाइव हाँ अभी जाने वाले हैं 9:30 बजे बस
Yes. I just want to go on living. Is that really such an unforgivable crime?
You want to go on living. I want to keep living too. To keep living forever. That's why I have no choice but to continue on the path I'm on. If only some savior would suddenly swoop down and change the way the world is. Too bad that's not going to happen. Imagine that. If there really were such a person, you and I wouldn't be standing here like this. Would we? Today's files are in. Time to wade through them just like usual. I'm tired of it. It's my job. And not only am I lucky to have it, I'm good at it too. Wait. Thelindis? No. No!
वजह लाइव आया था ना हाँ हाँ नहीं हुआ अच्छा अच्छा
Why? But you bear no mark of the Crimson Moon. How could you possibly have anything to do with them? It cannot be. A diluted bloodline. Carefully concealed. I see it now. You've been living in the shadows just like me. What a fool I've been. Numbing myself with talk of justice. Even imagining my friends would back me up. But in the end, Finster King! How far are you going to take this? From the direct bloodline to secondary offshoots?
इतना जल्दी खत्म नहीं होगा स्टोरी और डीप जा रहा बाप रे खतरनाक होगा मुझे लगता है इसलिए हम आज स्लो ही जाएंगे भाई रस नहीं करेंगे जल्दी
Will you not rest until everyone down here
इसका ब्रेक मिलेगा तभी चल जाऊंगा उसके बाद आएंगे नेक्स्ट
No. This cannot go on. This is where it ends.
हो गया क्या चलो इतना देर घूमने का ही मिला नहीं होगा।
You're really
हाँ
letting me
हाँ,
go?
ये डोमिनियन इतना बड़ा है, नहीं पड़ेगा।
I am. As long as you can guarantee that no one will find you.
Don't worry, I'll be extra careful. No one will know I was here. But what about you?
Me?
If you let me go, you won't be able to complete your mission, will you?
Good point. In that case, maybe you should stay.
No, please! I just want to see the outside world again. To...
Go on living?
Yes. I know you're a man of your word.
फिर
So
तो
please,
लास्ट तक करना पड़ेगा।
Just let me go.
देखते हैं।
If I let you leave,
ये तभी उसका ड्रीम में
what will
एक्चुअली।
become of me?
ड्रीम नहीं।
Just kidding. Go now, but remember, don't let anyone know you were caught. We'll be seeing each other again very soon if you do.
छोड़ दिया।
Even shadows are
नहीं,
dark
चेस्ट वाला पार्ट नहीं है।
by Coda. But you can't
अभी
say
तो ये
that.
नेफर जो है वो ड्रीम में
You've
है।
been whispering in my ear for days now, Vedavulnir. What are you trying to do? Break me down?
I only say this because you long for an answer to your problems. Let her go, Rerir, or you risk losing everything.
I will not abandon Thelindis.
बहुत ज्यादा एक्सेस रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया भाई इतने सालों में। हम लोग का जितना भी बोल सकते स्कूल है सबको एक्सटेंड करना पड़ा विंटर वेकेशन। एक वीक एक्सटेंड हुआ है, अभी भी कंफर्म नहीं है कि ये मंडे खुलेगा कि
But now I know exactly. He won't tell me how to actually resolve any of this, but he keeps trying to manipulate me like a puppet. What's his game here? Tell me then. What will this moment of opportunity look like?
60 मार दिया यार, ये लॉस होगा। तो से खेल रहे हो यार, नहीं कीबोर्ड से खेल।
And
मेरे को आदत हो गया ना इसमें गेंशिन खेलने का कीबोर्ड से। ये तो उसमें डाउनलोड है। तो दूसरा गेम खेलने मजा आता है। उसमें स्पाइडरमैन का कंप्लीट करेंगे।
So, the Eclipse dynasty was purging, well, massacring the descendants of the Crimson Moon. And it seems like it was all connected to the Vinster King's research. The King's obsession with abyssal power left the future of Conria hanging in the balance. No wonder every aspect of Rerir's life was so unstable. And it looks like this Thelindis, Rerir's would-be fiancé, herself belonged to a sub-branch of the Crimson Moon dynasty's descendants. It almost defies belief that a couple like them could hide the truth from each other for so long.
इसका ड्रीम से
If
निकलते
the
हैं हम छोड़
Vinster King
देंगे।
hadn't intervened in such a
ड्रीम ना जो
and
भी है
why
इसके
does
माइंड में।
Vedderfanir, Daneslif's older
अगर
brother,
नहीं
keep
पता ये
talking
कितना
in
कंटिन्यू।
Rerir's head?
गॉड ऑफ वॉर
This guy kept more
गॉड ऑफ वॉर तो
secrets
है,
than I ever
खेलेंगे।
imagined.
एक कंप्लीट तो करने दो। मेरा में है, पास में है।
The human
अभी
mind
तो
is
नहीं
like a
खेलेंगे,
vast
अभी
desert
2-3
of
गेम
shifting
कंप्लीट कर लेंगे
sands.
उसके बाद।
When you
But
follow
don't
the
worry,
flow
सब
of
है।
someone's memories, you only ever see the parts they're willing to let surface. Time for something a bit more creative.
हमको लगा आज ये वाला कुछ कंप्लीट कर लेंगे, बट हुआ ही नहीं। 4
We've
घंटा,
been
इसलिए हम
inside
थोड़ा टाइम
Rerir's
निकाल के
mind
जाए
this
थे।
whole time,
नहीं हुआ,
building
बहुत
up a
बड़ा
picture
क्वेश्चन।
of his psyche.
और ऐसे हम भगा भी नहीं, मन नहीं कर रहा कि फटफट भगा के निकल जाए, नहीं तो जानना है।
There's already enough clues
मजा
on the
नहीं आएगा।
board to start reading
क्लिक
between
क्लिक
the
करके नहीं
lines
जाना है।
and mapping out the rest. Now, we can finally begin to put the pieces together. Sure, it'll only be a reconstruction, part simulation, part reasoning, but it's usually pretty accurate. Once we've built up a cognitive profile, we just need to cross-check the logic behind his actions. And then we'll be able to take a sneak peek at whatever it is that Rerir has
तो तुम
really
ऐसे
been
निकल भी
hiding.
जाओगे तो दिक्कत नहीं होगी। चलो हो गया, निकल गया। इतना नहीं निकला नहीं है अभी भी। फिर से करना पड़ेगा जो। अभी भी निकला नहीं।
Rerir, are you there?
अरे करना क्या है इसमें? क्या है? अरे नहीं 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 अच्छा
Hey, Rerir! Come out, it's urgent.
Dane? What's wrong?
Quick, come with me. I'll
अरे भाई
All right then,
लग
but
गए।
make it quick.
I've never seen
मेरे को
Dane so
पहले एक
worked up
दिन बाद
before.
आया था। चलो ठीक। भाई 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 आधा घंटा भी अगर निकाल दे तब भी चलेगा 10 बजे तक, नहीं तो मेरे को करना पड़ेगा। अरे यार इसको क्या स्किप नहीं कर सकते पूरा? दिमाग कौन लगाएगा? नहीं भाई घुमाए कैसे इसको? ऐसे। लेने के बाद तो बाहर निकाल देगा ना भाई। सुबह बाय। अरे नहीं 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 क्या हो रहा है? ये क्या हो रहा है? सबको इसलिए तो अरे यार अगला अलग हो रहा है। अरे भाई कहाँ फंसा दिया? रुको इससे ही स्टार्ट हो। अब इधर से ही होगा ना स्टार्ट? ठीक है, हम सब सोच रहे एग्जिट मारते हैं। बट अब तो मर जाएंगे ना? पाँच ही ले, उसको लेंगे कैसे? तो समझ नहीं आ रहा। इतना आगे तो भेज ही दे रहा हूँ। आई गेस रुको, ये बार बार उधर ही पहुंच जा रहा है यार, क्या करें? 3 पॉइंट तो बचता ही है ना, बचता है अगर पीछे जाएंगे। 3 बच रहा है। ओहो समझ गए। नाइस। पीछे भी तो जा सकता हूँ, हमको दिमाग में आया ही नहीं। भाई
Well, this is a nice change, meeting you all at this hour. When men and women of ambition can speak face to face and—
Don't be ridiculous. We do not fear the day. Why?
You might ask your blade that same question. I'm told it prefers the cover of darkness. The word on the street is that Sertology only
इधर अगर हम
strikes
छोड़
when he
दे तो
has an
कहाँ से भी इधर से
unfair
स्टार्ट होगा, फिर
advantage.
पूरा नेटवर्क का स्टार्टिंग
But
से देखना
that
पड़ेगा
is
उसे।
patently false.
If this is your way of offering me replacement limbs, believe me, I'll take them.
Oh, we can certainly discuss that.
Loot. Robbed it here. What brings you here?
Why, Dainsleif, of course. He invited me. Please, cast aside your apprehensions, Miss Rhindaughter.
Well, the Universitas Magistrorum won't stop fawning over you. So at least some of the rumors. You're president of the Universitas Magistrorum. The chief vice president Veet doesn't even try to hide his envy when he sees you.
My success is the product of hard work and good luck. It's as simple as that. Were the king not such an extremist, I hardly think I would have received a senior post at my age. Of course, no job is without its gripes. Serving a king like ours can be a challenging task, as I'm sure you can imagine. And as for Eftervit, in missing out on the presidency, he's dodged a mountain of stress.
वो बोल रहा था कि ये कन्वर्सेशन खत्म होगा ना तो एग्जिट कर देना, बंद कर देना। हम बोले कि थोड़ा सा तब 8:30 हो रहा था, हमको लगा 1 घंटा तो है अभी।
You're all here. I apologize for the short notice, but it was an emergency.
You must be Rarir. Mr. Sertology. Yes, I handled your case file during your sentencing. Nothing personal, of course. I'm pleasantly surprised that you remember me. You're clearly a person of substance if you've been invited here. But Dainsleif, you'd better have a very good reason for convening this little gathering.
It's my brother, Vedafinir. After he spoke at the court this morning, the king was so infuriated by his words that he had him blinded in both eyes and thrown in prison.
Vedafinir in prison? Strange. I thought the king trusted him and Heroptatir more than anyone else. Does this mean the king's circle of trust?
It has nothing to do with trust. It's about what I simply appease him, because it's in the best interests of the
And also because you're slimy. Vedafinir.
Do you honestly think this is an important discussion to be had right now? Dane, what are you planning to do? Rescue Vedafinir, I assume.
Correct. It will mean storming the palace by force. Tonight. I need all of you on my side.
That's far too dangerous. And don't forget, Dainsleif, you're captain of the Royal Guard. You swore an oath to the throne.
You've been planning this for a while, haven't you?
I have no desire to commit treason. But whatever critique the king may have of Vedafinir, disfiguring your most loyal subject for putting the best interests of his court and nation first, this is not the conduct of a wise ruler. My blade will force the king to see the error of his—
So, Vedafinir's prophecy, the extent of his majesty, you have noble and—
A letter of pardon. The
जाना ही
chances
पड़ेगा
of
लगता है। इधर से मारेंगे एग्जिट। अब बैठ के हम फाइट थोड़ी करेंगे.
This black fog over the board must have some connection to Thalendit, another mystery.
मुझे माफ कर दो भाई. If you leave, you will have to experience the content again to continue. Do you wish? ठीक है भाई. मैं हार मानता हूँ, कर रहा हूँ फिलहाल के लिए. बाद में देखते हैं. जल्दी जल्दी स्किप करेंगे और क्या. अब कुछ कर ले सकते हैं. नहीं हम वो कंप्लीट कर लेंगे जब फटाफट से. अभी चलते हैं, थोड़ा लेट हो रहा है. ओके. मैं जब आऊंगा लाइव स्ट्रीम में जितना दूर खड़ा था उतना दूर करके ही आऊंगा.
What could the children be up
मैं इधर
to?
से स्टार्ट कर दूंगा. अभी जाना पड़ेगा एक्चुअली. मैं पता है इधर से स्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा. बिगिन द सेरेमनी. कैसे करना था अभी? अच्छा वो F4+ पूरा बंद कर देंगे. अरे भगवान मैं क्या कर दिया. अरे यार लिटरली मैं आधा घंटा 40 मिनट का जो कंटेंट आ रहा है. ठीक है फटाफट मैं क्लिक करके आगे बढ़ूंगा. ठीक है अब कुछ करने से जो हो गया सब. मैं दिमाग में आया ही नहीं कि हाँ मोबाइल में होता तो हम लोग डायरेक्ट स्वैप कर देते ना. इसमें ठीक है मैं जल्दी नेक्स्ट करके आगे बढ़ जाऊंगा क्योंकि देख लिया मैं. चलो ठीक है. चलो ठीक है बाबा. गुड नाइट मिलते हैं. बाय बाय. रिग्रेट हो रहा है. हाँ ठीक है. मेरे को लगता है वो स्टार्टिंग से ही होगा रिचुअल जो हो रहा था. ठीक है चलो बाय बाय. मंडे आएंगे हम लाइव. ठीक बाय.
I see the light.